Chapter 219. It wasn't easy for an envoy to visit me, Chang Ningho said in a trembling voice. Son, don't be fooled by the fact that I am the Empress Dowager's brother, but that is Fan Xian, the immortal poet Fan Xian. I am proud of him. Wei Hua's heart gradually grew sour. He knew that although his family lived a life of luxury and had considerable power, in the northern Qi court, which placed great importance on reputation, they had always had a bad reputation. He had endured to the position of Vice Minister of the Office of the Grand Herald and had finally silenced some of the petty people, but there were still people who believed that this was a gift from the palace to the Empress Dowager's relatives. He sighed. He knew that his father had studied under Zhuang Mohan, and was prepared to help the world. But because of his aunt, he could only be an idle marquis. These many years of depression could be washed away with a cup of wine, so he didn't say anything more. But thinking of what Fan Xian had said before he left, he was still a little afraid. Fan Xian said he wanted to do business with you. He is the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. What business can he do? And what business does he have that requires your presence? Chang Ningho replied, I am just a middleman. The person he really needs is Sir Shin. Uncle Shin. Correct. Fan Xian's father is the Minister of Revenue, and he has the status of a fake princess consort. In the future, he will be in charge of the eldest princess palace treasury business. It seems that he intends to do something. If I don't have your Uncle Shin's protection and escort, I won't be able to do this shady business for long. Wei Hua was just as shocked as his father when he first heard this news. His jaw dropped. Is he planning to smuggle? This is a trap. This was Wei Hua's first reaction. He has no need to threaten me. Chang Ningho shook his head in disagreement. Wei Hua grew anxious. You don't know, but there is an agreement between the two countries. Fan Xian is anxious about this matter, and His Majesty wants us to stall for as many days as we can, until the Qing diplomatic mission is anxious. With this, regardless of whether this business is real or not, if you really arrange for him to meet with Sir Shin, we won't be able to escape. If Fan Xian comes looking for me again, how am I supposed to stall? Do we have to stall because His Majesty says so? Chang Ningho looked at his son. In any case, that person is going to be released. If we can get something out of it, then we should help Fan Xian. What are you afraid of? Your aunt is still in the palace. Wei Hua sighed and didn't know what to say. A moment later, he asked in a small voice, do you think what Fan Xian said is true? I really don't understand why he would take such a big risk to smuggle goods into Daki. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Chang Ningho was still tipsy, and thought he had seen through the hearts of the world. He laughed mockingly. The palace treasury. What a big steamed bun. Unfortunately, it did not belong to the Fan family. Even if his father was the Minister of Revenue in the Qing Kingdom, how much benefit could he get from the national treasury? If Fan Xian really does smuggle the palace treasury goods to the north to sell, do you know how big of a sum it will be? Wei Hua was clever and quick-witted. With a slight frown, he had a rough estimate. Over the past decade, the kingdom of Qing had been supported by the businesses left behind by the Yi family. At the same time, it had earned a lot of money from other parts of the world. If Fan Xian really did have the ability to do such a thing, then the profits that could be made from it would be terrifying. Fan Xian embezzled this kind of money. Wei Hua seemed to have a hard time connecting the legendary Fan Xian with this kind of corrupt person he had just heard. Chang Ningho tilted his face and poured himself another cup of strong wine. He belched. What do you think? You know, poets also have to eat. Having said this once great scholar of Northern Qi, now a vermin of Northern Qi, lay down on the table and fell into a deep sleep. His body was covered in wine, and there was an unpleasant smell. In the carriage, Wang Qinian looked at Ling Jing, who was pretending to be asleep, and gave Fan Xian a look of disapproval. It seemed that the commissioner should not be so bold as to talk about smuggling in front of a court official. Fan Xian laughed. You don't really believe it, do you? Wang Qinian really did believe it, and so did Gouda. If anyone could completely control the palace treasury, they could sell those glass jars for countless times the profit. How could they not be tempted? Fan Xian was not tempted, because to the eldest princess, the palace treasury belonged to the court. And to Fan Xian, the palace treasury belonged to the Yi family. It was his. At least one day, it would completely become his. Stealing his own goods and selling them to the north for a low price. Only an idiot would do such a thing. But the problem was that no one knew Fan Xian's true thoughts. No one knew the historical connection between Fan Xian and the so-called royal merchant of the palace treasury. So everyone who heard Fan Xian's plan thought that the son of the Fan family really wanted to dig out a gold mine that belonged to him alone from the golden mountain that was the palace treasury. Fan Xian did not want to dig at all. He just wanted to enclose the entire mountain. Don't pretend to be asleep. Fan Xian yawned, feeling a little tired. Next to him, Ling Jing opened his eyes awkwardly and looked at Fan Xian with some fear. Although he was the deputy, the young official in front of him was not only the head envoy, but also the commissioner of that terrifying yamen of the Overwatch Council. Fan Xian did not shy away from talking about illegal business in front of him. It was hard to say that he would not cause an accident on his way back home. Fan Xian looked at him, amused. He patted him on the shoulder. Are you stupid? I'm saying it in front of you because I'm not afraid of you knowing. When you go back tonight, write something down and send it back to the capital. Don't worry, the court will understand what I mean. Even if the court didn't understand, as long as the emperor did. Ling Jing forced himself to believe that the young man in front of him would not become the most corrupt official in the history of the kingdom of Qing. He swallowed to moisten his dry throat. Sir, why did you come to Changningho's manor today? First, to build a good relationship with the Empress Dowager of Northern Qi. It seems that the Emperor of Northern Qi is taking care of the diplomatic mission. Fan Xian lowered his head and closed his eyes, feeling sleepy. At the same time, let Changningho deal with the matter at the entrance of the diplomatic mission. After all, he beat up the precious brat of the Marquis of Northern Qi. It has to be dealt with. Hearing the words, precious brat, Wang Qinian and Gouda smiled at the same time. They felt that Fan Xian was right. So that it doesn't affect the official business of this diplomatic mission. Third, if I want to see Sir Shin, I can only do it through Changningho. Fourth, I want to scare Wei Hua. Whether or not the manor believes the food I threw out, I'm sure he'll secretly speed up the process. Why do you have to go through all this trouble, to see Commander Shin? Ling Jing frowned. He's a high-ranking official, different from Changningho. Northern Qi won't allow it. So it depends on what Changningho thinks. Even if he doesn't see him, there's no harm. Fan Xian opened his eyes and yawned again. As for why I want to see him, that's council business. It's not convenient to tell you, Sir Lin. Ling Jing shivered. Remembering Fan Xian's true identity, he fell silent. Fan Xian yawned again. He had been yawning all the way in the carriage. It seemed that he was exhausted. After entering the palace today, he hadn't had any time to rest. What do we do later? Wang Qinian whispered. We're in enemy Shangjing, after all. We're in the dark. Should we contact the eyes and ears of the 4th Bureau in Shangjing? I said no. Fan Xian stuffed his fist into his mouth, forcibly stifling the yawn that was about to escape his lips. He replied tiredly, don't let those spies take risks. It's not time yet. What do we do later? Just sleep. Tomorrow, we'll wait for Wei Hua to take us to see Yan Bingyun. He squeezed the stiff envelope in his clothes, and a trace of worry appeared between his brows. After reading the letter, Fan Xian's palm tightened, and he ruthlessly crushed the paper into pieces. This was a habit he had developed in the Tsang Mountains. The pieces had already become powder. Even if the intelligence experts of the Second Bureau of the Overwatch Council collected them, they would not be able to recover them. The letter was written by a man named Huang Yi. Fan Xian had heard of this name before. He was an advisor of the eldest princess in the Li Palace in Xinyang. In the Overwatch Council's most confidential intelligence report, it was made clear that this scholar had an ambiguous relationship with the eldest princess. Save, save, save. I'm not some youth trying to put out a fire. Fan Xian laughed bitterly. Only now did he realize the complicated relationship behind the matter. Chen Pingping clearly didn't know that Xiaoan had the secret of the temple, and neither did the eldest princess. So the starting point of their actions was very simple and clear. Chen Pingping wanted Yan Bingyun to return and Xiaoan to die because he didn't like the idea of another old enemy in the north. He also believed that this was an excellent opportunity for Fan Xian's growth. The eldest princess didn't care about Yan Bingyun's life or death, but she wanted Xiaoan to live and regain control of the Brocade Guard. She liked to see Shang Shanhu and Xiaoan, a pair of powerful men, standing between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor of Northern Qi. Looking for an opening, they would make the Northern Kingdom even more uncomfortable. Although he didn't know the eldest princess's overall plan, Fan Xian was certain that his mother-in-law, who was far away in Xinyang, had reached some sort of secret agreement with Shang Shanhu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have invested so much. The eldest princess didn't know about the letter, and hadn't discovered the matter of the night in Guangxin Palace. But Fan Xian was a black-clothed man hiding in the dark. He naturally wanted to keep a respectful distance from the eldest princess, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Now, far away in a foreign country, he received her letter. He couldn't help but feel that it was absurd. After all, what did this have to do with Fan Xian? Chapter 220. News gathered from all sides, through all sorts of channels, gathered in that courtyard in the southwest corner of Shangjing. The diplomatic mission confirmed that Xiaoan had already secretly entered Shangjing. As for where he was being held, perhaps only the mother and son in the palace, as well as Master Shen of the Discipline Commission, knew. It was strange to say that the Northern Qi royal court had welcomed Xiaoan with great fanfare at Wudu, but the return to the capital was completely silent. Presumably, Shang Shanhu and those who wanted Xiaoan dead were still engaged in a tug-of-war. For Fan Xian, Xiaoan's life and death were not within the scope of his consideration. To be more precise, once he entered Shangjing, Fan Xian had no way of knowing whether Xiaoan lived or died until he had enough confidence to mobilize the hidden forces in the north. Unless Wu Zhu came, or rather, unless Wu Zhu brought the chest to Fan Xian. This was another question that had been plaguing Fan Xian. Why did the usually cold and inhuman Uncle Wu Zhu insist on not entering the north? Could it be that there was someone on this land he did not wish to see? On the other hand, it was clear that Fan Xian's proposal to Chang Ningho was beginning to take effect. That proposal contained great benefits, and it had successfully enticed some people. A meeting with Master Shen of the Discipline Commission had also been secretly arranged. Fan Xian knew that although these things seemed to be secretive, his mother in the palace in Shangjing would certainly be watching all of this from the shadows. She would not completely trust Fan Xian, but he had to try. Fan Xian did not trust him at all, but he had thrown out the bait, and he always hoped to catch something. On the surface, it seemed that Wei Shaoqing was still stalling, but in reality, both sides of the negotiation had already felt that the process was gradually speeding up. Although it was still a little behind the bottom line that Fan Xian had strongly requested, on a fine, sunny day, the Chamberlain of Dependencies and the Discipline Commission secretly issued a joint document, and the diplomatic mission finally had the opportunity to meet with Yen Bingyun. That day, the sky was clear, and there was not a single cloud in the porcelain blue sky. Fan Xian put his hand on the awning, shielding himself from the blazing sun. His lips curled into a smile, and he thought of the opening he often used in elementary school in his previous life. He was very happy, and also a little excited. During the journey, before the deal was made, the darkness hidden in the deepest part of his heart had almost made him make certain trades. Fortunately, none of this had become reality. Just as he had said a long time ago, Fan Xian admired this young Master Yen, whom he had never met before. He admired him very much. A son of a high-ranking official was able to give up glory, splendor, wealth, and travel to a faraway foreign country. With great difficulty, he took on the role of a spy on the northern border, and he had done an exceptional job, successfully infiltrating the upper echelons of northern Qi. Just from this, Fan Xian knew that this Master Yen was in many ways more outstanding than he was. The place where Yen Bingyun was imprisoned was a heavily guarded manor on the outskirts of Shangjing. Not far from the manor was a military camp, and both inside and outside the manor were guarded by the brocade guards of northern Qi. Yen Bingyun was imprisoned in a heavily guarded manor on the outskirts of Shangjing. Not far from the manor was a military camp, and both the inside and outside of the manor were guarded by the northern Qi brocade guard. This building was not as antique as the other buildings in Shangjing. It was purely made of hard stone and did not have a courtyard. Looking from the corner tower, one would be able to see all the moving objects on the lawn. It was really a good place to imprison people. Today, Fan Xian had only brought Wang Qinian to visit Yen Bingyun. Gao De belonged to the Tiger Guards, and Lin Jing and Lin Wen belonged to the office of the Grand Herald. They had little to do with the affairs of the Overwatch Council, so it was not convenient for them to come. Wei Hua spoke to Fan Xian calmly. "Master Fan, look at this place. The birds are singing, the flowers are fragrant, the grass is flat, and the wind is soft. Our court treats your people well, doesn't it?" Fan Xian's expression was even colder than his. "Even if it's a paradise, after living here for a long time, it's still just a prison." The vice provost of the brocade guard spoke. "Even if it's a prison, it's still much more comfortable than the dungeons of the Overwatch Council." This high-ranking official of the brocade guard thought of the wretched state the old man had been in when his subordinates had picked up Xiao An at the border. Fan Xian frowned. He hated this vice provost the most. After the diplomatic mission entered the capital, he should have been the one to liaise with the two sides. Who knew that he would go into hiding? Fan Xian still had not figured out the official positions in northern Qi. He was clearly a member of the brocade guard, so why was the leader called the provost of the discipline commission, while his subordinate spy was called the provost? When he first heard this name, he almost thought that he was from the military. What's the point of talking so much? I want to go in and see someone. Fan Xian looked at the provost coldly. Shaoan had suffered in the south for 20 years, but after Yen Bingyun had been captured, who knew how much torture he had endured? It was already not easy for him to live this long. Before meeting Yen Bingyun, Fan Xian had already imagined many scenes. For example, Yen Bingyun would be hung on a rack, his skin split open, his fingers pierced by 10 steel needles, his toenails stripped bare, revealing the tender flesh underneath, his smooth skin scorched by a soldering iron, and even his youthful gums had already entered the stage of old age, completely bald. Of course, this was the worst possible scenario. Fan Xian had also imagined that Yen Bingyun might be sitting on a soft couch, surrounded by brocade quilts, with 4 or 5 northern Qi beauties with bare legs and half-exposed breasts surrounding him, feeding him grapes. The grape juice dripped onto Yan Bingyun's extremely supple chest, and the beauties next to him carefully dabbed it with a soft towel. Of course, this was the worst possible scenario. There was also a strange imagination that lingered in Fan Xian's mind. Perhaps when he first met Yan Bingyun, he would pounce on him like a wounded tiger, ready to tear him to pieces, snot and tears running down his face as he complained that the people in the council had not cared about his life, and that the people of the motherland had come too late. Of course, this was the least likely scenario. But no matter how he imagined it, when Fan Xian walked into the room, he still felt that the human imagination was quite lacking, and that his own was not that strong either. He looked at the young man sitting on the chair and opened his mouth slightly in shock. He had not expected Yan Bingyun's current situation to be like this. Vice Minister Wei and the Vice Provost clearly had not expected this either, and they opened their mouths to cry out in surprise. The room was decorated simply and elegantly. There was a large bed, a desk, and a few other everyday furnishings. It did not look like a torture chamber, but more like a home. Fan Xian did not know if Northern Qi knew he was coming and had arranged this at the last minute. His eyes were only fixed on the chair. Sitting on the chair was a young man with a cold expression. This young man was extremely handsome, with thin lips and sharp eyebrows. In terms of physiognomy, he was an extremely fickle person. To everyone's surprise, there was a young lady lying on the young man's lap. The young lady's soft sobs echoed in the quiet room. Fan Xian finally closed his astonished mouth tightly, but his heart was a mess. He smiled bitterly as he thought about how he and his entourage had been so worried about the head spy of the Qin kingdom. How could they have known that in this cell, there would be a romantic drama, and not the scene of 007 being tortured as he had imagined? The young man on the chair was Yan Bingyun. When he noticed that a few people had walked in from outside and that 2 of them were wearing Qing official robes, he frowned. Just like that, a cold aura began to permeate the room. This coldness even startled the sobbing girl lying on Yan Bingyun's lap. The girl raised her head in surprise and looked back at the people at the door. Only now did Fan Xian realize that the girl had delicate features, and there was a sense of gentleness between her brows. Presumably, she was the daughter of a wealthy family, but he did not know how she had come to be in such a heavily guarded cell. Miss Shin. Wei Hua was shocked and yelled, "Guards! Escort the young lady out." Shin. Fan Xian frowned again, feeling that things were getting more and more interesting. A few brocade guards rushed in from outside the door. Wei Hua's face was ashen as he scolded, "What are you doing? How could you let Miss Shin come to such a dangerous place?" The vice provost's face was also full of anger, and he slapped them across the face. After a few slaps, the brocade guards responsible for guarding the important criminals covered their faces and walked to Miss Shin's side, not daring to reach out. "Miss Shin. If you still don't leave, don't blame me for being rough." The vice provost bowed to Miss Shin. Wei Hua also walked to her side and advised gently, "Little sister Shin, it's better to return. Otherwise, if Uncle Shin finds out about this matter, he won't beat you to death." Fan Xian's gaze did not meet Yan Bingyun's. He only quietly looked at the girl on Yan Bingyun's knees. This girl's surname was Shin, and to be able to enter the manor that was heavily guarded by the Northern Qi brocade guards, there was no need to ask, she had to be the young lady of Sir Shin's family. But he did not know what relationship this Miss Shin had with Yan Bingyun. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and thought to himself, could it be that our great master Yan is using a honey trap? Miss Shin quietly stood up and looked at Yan Bingyun, who had not said a word. A crazy and vicious hatred slowly appeared in her gentle eyes. Biting her lip, she said, word by word, "I only want you to tell me one thing. Which of what you said before was true?" Yan Bingyun tilted his head slightly and looked back with his emotionless eyes. Quietly, he said, I am an employee of the 4th Bureau of the Qing Overwatch Council. Miss Shen should know very well that none of what I said was true. Wei Hua glanced at Fan Xian, who had been watching coldly from the side. Afraid that if the young lady continued to speak, these southern officials would laugh at her. He quickly ordered people to drag Miss Shen out. Miss Shen coldly shook off the hands of the brocade guards. Looking at Yan Bingyun, who remained unmoving in his chair, she said miserably, "Good, good. What a sentimental Yan Bingyun." Chapter 221. What a sentimental Yan Bingyun. These earnest words were filled with heartbreak and despair. Even Fan Xian, who had a heart of steel, could not help but sigh when he heard this. Wei Hua's face was filled with rage. He looked at Yan Bingyun, who was sitting calmly in his chair, as if he wanted to immediately tear this enemy spy to pieces. Following a series of barely audible sobs, Miss Shen was finally invited out of the manor's cell. Fan Xian sighed again. What a sentimental woman. Even though he said this, he had many doubts in his heart. Even if that young lady was the daughter of Shinzhong, the head of the brocade guard in northern Qi, and even if Yan Bingyun had some sort of emotional entanglement with her during his years in northern Qi, who was Yan Bingyun? She was the highest-ranking spy of the Qin kingdom that northern Qi had captured in the past 15 years. How could they have allowed Miss Shen to walk in and put on a show in front of the Qin kingdom's envoys? Suddenly, he understood what his counterparts in the north were thinking. The cell, which did not look like a prison cell, was much quieter. Sitting in his chair, Yan Bingyun did not stand up. He only poured himself a cup of tea and slowly sipped it. This powerful figure, who had been hiding in northern Qi for many years, had a frosty expression on his face. He gave off the feeling that he did not care about anything, not even his own life or death. Wei Hua seemed to have calmed down from his earlier anger. He looked at Yan Bingyun and frowned. "Mr. Yan, no matter how you look at it, we have been good friends for the past 2 years. We all serve our respective countries, and this is not a big deal. But please remember, there are some things that I can never forgive. After you leave this time, please remember not to set foot in northern Qi again. His Majesty has already sent a secret edict through Master Shin. If you dare set foot in northern Qi again, northern Qi will cut off your head even if it costs the lives of 3,000 cavalrymen." Yan Bingyun half lowered his head, as if he had not heard what Wei Hua had said. His fingers gently played with the handle of his teacup. Ever since his identity had been exposed last year and he had been imprisoned, this great scholar Yun, who had once been a social figure in Shangjing, seemed to have become a natural mute. "Today, I am here to see him," Fan Xian said expressionlessly to Wei Hua. Fan Xian expressionlessly said to Wei Hua, "I need a specific date. When can I take him back to the diplomatic mission? He can't return to the diplomatic mission, so he can only sneak out of Shangjing. Do you know how many people in Shangjing want to tear your Lord Yan's fresh meat apart?" Wei Hua said coldly. Fan Xian shook his head. "His Majesty has decreed that I must bring Sir Yan back to the diplomatic mission. As for the cover-up, we will do it. Do you think we want to stir up unnecessary trouble?" Wei Hua frowned. He knew that Xiaoan and Si Lily had already entered Shangjing. In this secret agreement, the Qin kingdom had already made the first move. They could not delay any longer. Furthermore, Fan Xian's intrusion into his manor had indeed provoked much criticism. But his seemingly absurd proposal had, for some reason, moved the people of the palace, as well as Master Shin, who held a great deal of power in his hands. "I'll get the paperwork done right away." Fan Xian nodded calmly and said, "Can you make things easier for me? I would like to speak with Sir Yan alone." Wei Hua frowned. If Fan Xian really wanted to discuss something, he could have waited until Yan Bingyun returned to the diplomatic mission. Wouldn't that have been more secretive? After thinking about it, he still had no idea what Fan Xian wanted. He nodded and signaled for the vice provost to leave with him. Only Fan Xian, Wang Qinian, and Yan Bingyun, who had his head half lowered and was incomparably cold, remained in the room. Fan Xian had no self-awareness that he was in the prison of an enemy nation's brocade guard. With a warm smile on his face, he dragged a chair and sat in front of Yan Bingyun. Looking at the young man's handsome face, he said, "I am Fan Xian." Fan Xian knew that before Yan Bingyun was arrested, he had already entered the capital. As the head of the Overwatch Council in the north, Yan Bingyun must have heard of his name. As expected, after hearing Fan Xian's name, Yan Bingyun's fingers slowly left the slippery handle of the teacup. He raised his head and looked at Fan Xian. But his eyes were full of mockery and disdain, which surprised Fan Xian. Fan Xian, the illegitimate son of the Minister of Revenue, Fan Jian. He grew up in Danzhou, likes to drink, has no talent, that's all. Yan Bingyun spoke again. His voice was soft and gentle, completely at odds with the cold expression on his face. "What are you doing here?" Fan Xian sighed. "I say, Sir Yan, you've been locked up for over half a year. The world has changed a lot. First of all, my father has become the Minister of Revenue. Secondly, the untalented me is now the head envoy of the diplomatic mission. My main purpose in coming to Northern Qi is to bring you back home." For some reason, Yan Bingyun seemed to loathe the name Fan Xian. Fan Xian didn't understand why. "Bring me back home." Yan Bingyun slowly raised his head again. He was only in his 20s, but his eyebrows were already mixed with a few strands of silver, giving him a strange appearance. "Who are you? Why should I believe you?" "I am Fan Xian, the Commissioner of the Overwatch Council." Fan Xian knew that as the head of the Secret Service, Yan Bingyun would be very careful. Yan Bingyun must still be wondering whether or not Fan Xian was a Qi spy. So he took the token from his waist and waved it in front of Yan Bingyun's eyes. Yan Bingyun's eyes swept over the wooden token, and he frowned. He knew that this token was extremely difficult to forge, but he still couldn't believe that this man in front of him, who was even younger than him, had become the commissioner of the council. The commissioner was a transcendent existence under the director. The 8 bureaus were not under his jurisdiction, but in reality, they were all restricted by him. And during this half a year of imprisonment, Yan Bingyun had long since sealed off his mind. He wouldn't believe anything that seemed unreasonable. He didn't dare take any risks, because any information he revealed could completely destroy Qing's spy network in Northern Qi. This was a serious matter, and he had to be careful. Wang Qinian, who had been silent all this time, stepped forward and said quietly, "Sir Yan, Sir Fan is the newly appointed commissioner. He came north specifically to rescue you from prison." Yan Bingyun looked at Wang Qinian coldly. "You are Sir Wang of the First Bureau." "That's right." Facing Yan Bingyun, who had been sitting peacefully on the chair, Wang Qinian did not know why he felt a little nervous. When he thought about how Yan Bingyun had already been locked up for half a year, Wang Qinian did not know whether to admire or pity him. "I don't need you to confirm my identity." Fan Xian gently patted Yan Bingyun on the shoulder and smiled. "This matter is almost over. You can keep quiet and follow the diplomatic mission back home. Don't speak until you see Qin Pingping or your father. I think that will make you feel more at ease." Hearing this, Yan Bingyun frowned. He knew that this could not be a scheme of Northern Qi. But Fan Xian saw something strange in Yan Bingyun's frown. His face grew cold, and he carefully reached out to Yan Bingyun's collar. Yan Bingyun raised his head and looked at him. There was a hint of ridicule in his cold eyes. "You want to see?" he asked softly. "Yes." Fan Xian calmly grunted. Then he slowly pulled open Yan Bingyun's white robe. The robe was as plain as the clouds and as white as snow. As the cloth separated from Yan Bingyun's body, there was a very faint tearing sound. Yan Bingyun's expression didn't change. Not even his eyebrows twitched. Fan Xian's expression grew unsightly. Underneath the white robe was the horrifying skin on Yan Bingyun's neck. It was covered in red and purple scars. Clearly, they were new flesh. It seemed that he had been resting for a long time to recover to his present state. There were so many wounds on his neck alone. One could only imagine what kind of torture Yan Bingyun had endured under the cover of this loose white robe. Wang Qinian cursed a few times. Fan Xian's expression returned to normal. Looking at Yan Bingyun's cold face, he asked, "How long has it been since you've been tortured?" 3 months, Yan Bingyun replied with a smile. Yan Bingyun replied with a smile. It seemed that this body, which had suffered half a year of terrifying torture, was not his. Fan Xian carefully tidied up his collar and sighed. Northern Qi knew when we would arrive, so they stopped for 3 months. After 3 months, the wounds are still so terrible. Sir Yan, you have suffered. Yan Bingyun looked at him lightly. It seemed that he was not satisfied with the commissioner's words. It seems that your concern is unnecessary, he said coldly. Fan Xian was speechless. He didn't know what to say. He had only wanted to express his concern, but he had been ridiculed as not being professional enough. Before the agreement is confirmed, I won't say anything. Yan Bingyun looked into Fan Xian's eyes. I'm just curious. What method did the court use to rescue me from the hands of Northern Qi? Without waiting for Fan Xian and Wang Qinian to reply, Yan Bingyun took a deep breath. Don't tell me that the court would be stupid enough to trade the grasslands of Qianlong Bay for a useless person like me. Don't worry. Even if I was willing, His Majesty wouldn't be so stupid. Fan Xian shook his head helplessly. He explained the general contents of the agreement to Yan Bingyun. The room suddenly sank into a strange silence. Yan Bingyun lowered his head and didn't speak for a long time. Fan Xian looked at him. Suddenly, he heard Yan Bingyun mutter to himself, using Xiao En to trade for me. Idiot! Yan Bingyun suddenly raised his head and stared at Fan Xian with a mocking and angry gaze. But he still calmly suppressed his voice to a whisper. Chapter 222. Yan Bingyun, who had always maintained an inhuman calmness, was indeed an excellent spy. But the fury he had exploded in that instant was proof of his power and control as the head of the Qin Kingdom spies in Northern Qi. Faced with the flames of anger shooting out of the prisoner's eyes, even Fan Xian unconsciously wanted to dodge. Yan Bingyun's lips trembled. In a low voice, he spoke quickly, like an exploding firecracker. He moved closer to Fan Xian's ear. Is Xiao En still under control? Fan Xian shook his head. After Wudu, he was handed over to the brocade guard of Northern Qi. I suppose he has already entered the capital. Is there any way to kill him? No. Did you get the secret out of his mouth? Fan Xian shivered. He pulled away from Yan Bingyun and looked at him calmly. You know the secret he's talking about? Yan Bingyun looked at the young commissioner in front of him, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. I've been in Northern Qi for 4 years. Naturally, I know that the Northern Qi royal family has always been obsessed with Xiao En. Although I don't know the specifics of that secret, for the Northern Qi royal family to place such importance on it, it can't be simple. After a pause, Yan Bingyun suddenly said, Do you know who Xiao En is? Fan Xian nodded and smiled. I believe I know more than anyone else. Yan Bingyun quickly cursed. Since you know, how could you allow such a thing to happen? Fan Xian looked at him calmly. The intentions of His Majesty and the director are clear. Shaoan is old, and you are still young. So in this deal, we have the advantage. Yan Bingyun once again fell silent. He had not expected that because of him, the Qing royal court would be willing to use Shaoan in exchange. But this reality made the commander of the northern spies feel a sense of defeat. Being captured alive by the brocade guard of northern Qi was already a humiliation, and now the royal court had to pay such a heavy price. Without a doubt, it was even more humiliating. He was very disappointed. His body, shrouded in his white robe, seemed to shrink. Fan Xian looked at him calmly. You are a smart man. Since this matter has already been decided, you must return to the south safely. That way, we won't lose too much. Yan Bingyun was cold and speechless. He knew that this commissioner of the Overwatch Council, who had appeared out of nowhere, had said the most correct thing to say. 3 days later, I will wait for you at the mission. Fan Xian smiled and walked out side by side with Wang Qinian. Accompanied by Wei Hua and the vice provost, they boarded the carriage and returned to the diplomatic mission. After returning to the diplomatic mission, the people of the Kingdom of Qing gathered together to sort out the events of the past few days. Then they dispersed, leaving only Fan Xian and Wang Qinian. Fan Xian rested his chin on his hand and sank into deep thought. Wang Qinian asked carefully, Master Fan, what are you thinking about? Why did Miss Shen appear there? Fan Xian yawned and continued, this could be Northern Qi trying to mess with our minds, or at least weaken the trust the court has in Yan Bingyun. How could that be? Wang Qinian was puzzled. The imperial court is naturally aware of Lord Yan's methods. Things can always get complicated, Fan Xian said expressionlessly. If someone with ulterior motives wants to do something, this could be a loophole, and there's something else I don't understand. Old Wang, tell me, why is it that when we went to see Lord Yan, he was clearly able to return home, but I didn't see a trace of happiness on his face? Because the price the court paid to have him return home was too high. Wang Qinian had been in the Overwatch Council for a long time, and he was more familiar with the eccentric officials of the council than Fan Xian. He said respectfully, if Lord Yan knew that the court would use Shaoan in exchange for him, perhaps he would have chosen to commit suicide when he was first arrested, instead of waiting until now. Fan Xian seemed to find it difficult to understand the state of mind of these Overwatch Council officials. He frowned and said, could it be, an outstanding Overwatch Council official, really? He deliberated for a long time before carefully asking, really is willing to sacrifice himself for the country? Yes. Wang Qinian stole a glance at Fan Xian, and found that his face was only a little confused. He then respectfully said, I admire Lord Yan very much. But as an official of the Overwatch Council, or perhaps as a secret agent of the court, when you first entered the council, you should have been prepared to sacrifice yourself for the country. The secret agents of the council only believe in one thing: for this goal, any method, any sacrifice is permitted. What goal? Everything for the kingdom of Qing. Wang Qinian's face showed a somewhat fanatical expression. Fan Xian's finger unconsciously wrote something on the table. He had seen Yan Bingyun for the first time today, and found that he had been sitting in that chair the entire time, and his sitting posture was a little strange, like a javelin. Other than his buttocks, there was no other part of him that was touching the chair. It wasn't until he left that Fan Xian realized that Yan Bingyun's feet were chained to the chair. There could only be one explanation for Yan Bingyun's sitting posture. There was no part of Yan Bingyun's body that was unharmed. It was all rotten flesh, which was why he had chosen this posture. Everything for the kingdom of Qing. Fan Xian's frown deepened. So they're all a bunch of idealists. The kingdom of Qing had sent a letter through official channels to the diplomatic mission. Naturally, there were no secrets in the letter, only that the birthday of the Empress Dowager of Northern Qi was approaching, and the court had ordered the diplomatic mission to postpone their return to Qing. After this important matter was completed, they would return. This wasn't a big deal. The diplomatic exchanges between the two countries, and when it came to something like the Empress Dowager's birthday, they would have to join in the fun. Furthermore, being in Shangjing, Fan Xian still had some matters to attend to, so he was happy to stay a few more days. But thinking of his beautiful wife and weak sister at home, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. The Empress Dowager's birthday, and we represent the face of the court. This gift can't be too shabby. Deputy Lin Jing pondered. Why don't we ask one of our subordinates to go for a stroll on Shishui Street? Hearing the words Shishui Street, Fan Xian thought of the letter Ba Xing had handed him, and shook his head. The waters of Shangjing were deep enough, and the eldest princess still wanted to remotely control the internal strife of a foreign country from Xinjiang. Fan Xian certainly didn't want to get involved in such muddy waters. Then what should we give? Lin Jing began to have a headache over the problem of giving gifts to the palace banquet. Fan Xian already had a plan. With a wave of his hand, he said, "When the time comes, I'll write a poem and mount it properly." This sounded arrogant, but his subordinates all nodded their heads. The immortal poet Fan Xian didn't write poetry, and this was something the whole world knew. If Fan Xian made an exception for the Northern Qi Empress Dowager's birthday, it would be a great honor. But Fan Xian's calligraphy really wasn't presentable. Wang Qinian began to come up with a bad idea. Master Yan's status in Northern Qi is that of the great scholar Yun. He is skilled in chess, the zither, calligraphy, and painting. His calligraphy master is Master Pan Ling. Last year in Northern Qi, a Chinese painting could be sold for 1,000 liang of silver. Master Fan will write a poem, and Master Yan will write a letter. With two of the most talented young men of the Kingdom of Qing working together, wouldn't the Northern Qi Empress Dowager laugh her head off? Lin Jing and Lin Wen knew that Wang Qinian was Fan Xian's confidant, and thought that this was a good idea. Now that they knew who Master Yan was, they felt that it was a little strange, but for a moment they couldn't figure out what was so strange about it. Fan Xian laughed and scolded him. "Who is Master Yan? I'm afraid the people of Northern Qi want nothing more than to eat his flesh and drink his blood. And you're suggesting that he write a poem for the Empress Dowager as a birthday gift? Aren't you afraid that when the Empress Dowager opens the scroll, she'll die of anger and the palace will become a funeral?" Wang Qinian was embarrassed. Only now did he realize that his suggestion was indeed absurd. He laughed. "If we can anger the Northern Qi Empress Dowager to death, it'll be a good story for the council." Fan Xian didn't pay attention to the middle-aged man's dry joke. He sank into deep thought. It was clear that if Yan Bingyun returned to the Kingdom of Qing safely, with the foundation he had built in Northern Qi over the past 4 years and a year in prison, Yan Bingyun would immediately rise in the Overwatch Council. His father, Yan Ruohai, was the head of the 4th Bureau, and the 1st Bureau's position had always been vacant. Everyone in the council knew that Director Qin had left the position of head of the 1st Bureau for the imprisoned Yan Bingyun. And if nothing unexpected happened, Fan Xian would gradually begin to take over everything in the Overwatch Council, after Chen Pingping died. And Fan Xian knew that that day might be far away, or it might be very, very near. If Fan Xian wanted to firmly control the Overwatch Council in his hands, then the 8 bureaus were people he had to control. This was Fan Xian's greatest weakness. Other than the 3rd and 8th bureaus, he basically had no trusted aides in the Overwatch Council. He had originally thought that on this trip north, he could win Yan Bingyun's friendship, and thus gain the support of the 1st and 4th bureaus. Unexpectedly, upon seeing him for the first time, Fan Xian could clearly sense that Yan Bingyun seemed to have some faint hostility toward him. Why was this? Fortunately, Yan Bingyun didn't seem to want to hide this hostility, which made Fan Xian feel a little more at ease. "Master, it's time," Wang Qinian reminded him in a quiet voice. Fan Xian nodded and stood up to leave the courtyard. Behind him, the two brothers, Lin Jing and Lin Wen, looked at each other, unsure of where the envoy was going today. Outside the courtyard, Chang Ningho's family was waiting. Some people in the palace had already spoken, so the imperial guards responsible for the diplomatic mission's protection tacitly agreed to let those in embroidered clothing take over their duties. They guarded the carriage as it drove toward Taiping Alley, the busiest street in Shangjing, northern Qi. It was drizzling, and in the blink of an eye, the carriage's tracks were swallowed up. Fan Xian, the commissioner of the Overwatch Council of the Kingdom of Qin, was going to meet with Shinzhong of the provost of the Brocade Guard of the Kingdom of Qi. A meeting between secret agents was always mysterious. Chapter 223. Raindrops hit the roof of the carriage with a dull thud. Fan Xian closed his eyes to rest. He didn't know how long they had been traveling, but he found that the carriage had finally stopped. Fan Xian opened the door of the carriage with one hand and smiled slightly. He stepped out into the rain, only to find that there was an umbrella over his head, shielding him from the wind and rain. Only the cold of spring in the alley around him seeped in through the umbrella. Wang Qinian, dressed in black, held the umbrella over Fan Xian's head. Behind him, the 7 tiger guards carried long knives on their backs, silently lined up on either side of Fan Xian. Fan Xian wore a dark-colored cloak with a plain-colored robe underneath. Hidden underneath was the nocturnal clothes he had prepared before leaving the capital. His plain clothes exuded a murderous aura. Paired with his handsome face, he looked incomparably spirited. "Commissioner Fan, this way, please." The brocade guard responsible for leading the way expressionlessly extended his hand and led them into a courtyard. The courtyard was in a side alley. Fan Xian tilted his head slightly and could faintly hear the bustle in front of him. He smiled and said, "Looks like it's the back courtyard of a brothel." The brocade guard's expression froze for a moment, then he replied with a smile, "Commissioner, your hearing is amazing. This is the back courtyard of Panchalin. Master Shen likes to entertain guests here." Fan Xian knew of Panchalin. According to legend, it was the most exclusive place in northern Qi. The first founding emperor of northern Qi had been a frequent visitor here. He smiled and nodded. He stepped on the puddles of water on the stone slabs and walked into the back courtyard. The courtyard was filled with layers of bamboo and layers of fake mountains. Brocade guard spies could be seen everywhere. These people were clearly guards, and they did not deliberately hide themselves. Along the way, Wang Qinian held the umbrella, and the 7 tiger guards followed silently. With Fan Xian at the front, they walked coldly and confidently into the depths of the courtyard. Along the way, seeing this group of people from an enemy country in the south, the brocade guards could not help but be surprised. They were surprised at the other party's courage, and surprised at the youth of the important figure in front of them. With a swish, Wang Qinian closed the umbrella and silently retreated behind Fan Xian. Fan Xian held his hands behind his back and narrowed his eyes at the courtyard. The room was quite large, with a large round table in the middle. There was a large empty space around it, and all sorts of exquisite decorations. The round table was wide enough to seat 15 to 16 people, but there were only 2 people sitting at the moment. One of them was dressed like a rich man. He wore a silk hat and a jade ring on his finger. After this person saw Fan Xian come in, 2 unusual cold lights began to appear in his extremely ordinary eyes. He looked directly at Fan Xian's face. A moment later, he opened his mouth and said, "Commissioner Fan. I've heard a lot about you, and now that I've seen you today, you're indeed extraordinary." Fan Xian did not immediately respond to this polite greeting. Instead, he thought about it in his heart. All along the way, the Northern Chi Brocade Guard had addressed him by his official title of Commissioner. It seemed that this conversation was between the Overwatch Council and the Brocade Guard, and not a diplomatic negotiation between the royal court. He raised his right hand, and with 2 fingers undid the buckle at his neck, and the thin cloak slid down his back. Wang Qinian was already behind him. Fan Xian sat on the other side of the large round table and looked at the rich man across from him. He noticed that the man's eyebrows were very thick, so thick that they looked like they had been drawn on. He couldn't help but smile. "Master Shin, you look so cold to the world. Why are you so polite to me?" This was the provost of the Northern Chi Brocade Guard, Master Shinzhong. Shinzhong controlled countless brocade guards in the north, and was one of the most powerful figures in the world. Fan Xian had not expected him to look so ordinary. If it weren't for the extremely detailed records of this man in the Overwatch Council's files, Fan Xian would not have been able to recognize him. "I'm not being polite." Provost Shin sighed. Looking at Fan Xian's delicate face, he couldn't help but shake his head. "Master Fan, you are famous throughout the world for your poetry. I, as an uncouth old man, admire you greatly. I didn't expect to suddenly receive news in the last 2 months that Fan Xian, the immortal poet, has become the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. This I really don't understand. What is old Mr. Chen thinking? How could someone like Master Fan live like rats in the sewers like us?" Fan Xian chuckled. "Master Shin, you are too modest. I have traveled thousands of miles to become an official for the sake of wealth. No matter what I do, first, it is to benefit the court, and second, nothing more than to find a place for my family to live." These words were a bit blunt, and Shinzhong sighed in his heart. He couldn't help but look down on this colleague of his from the south. After all, he was a young man, and his words and actions were a bit crude. He really didn't know what Chen Pingping was thinking, and he didn't know why the terrifying Emperor of the South would agree to the Overwatch Council's seemingly absurd personnel arrangement. In truth, as the provost of the Northern Chi Brocade Guard, Shinzhong had always felt an indescribable admiration for his colleagues in the South. As for the crippled man in the wheelchair, he was even more respectful and fearful. He still couldn't understand how his counterparts in the south could obtain the Qing Emperor's complete trust, unlike him, who stood shakily in court and didn't know which day he would be thrown away like a pair of broken shoes by the people in the palace. Shinzhong immediately came to his senses. He knew why Fan Xian, as the head of the envoy, had taken the risk of meeting him through Changningho. There was a huge profit to be made in this transaction. Shinzhong couldn't help but be tempted, and the palace couldn't help but be tempted. When it comes to things like gold and silver, no one would complain about having too much. Shinzhong suddenly smiled. "It's just that I can't see how the provost can benefit from this." Fan Xian waved his hand, and Wang Qinian and the 7 tiger guards left. Shinzhong nodded, and the rest of the people in the hall also left. Fan Xian looked at the man sitting next to Shinzhong with some surprise. He was dressed luxuriously, but he didn't have the royal air that Fan Xian was familiar with. It seemed that he wasn't someone sent by the royal palace of Northern Qi to listen in. So why did he have the right to continue sitting here? "This is Master Cui," Shinzhong introduced. Master Cui stood up and bowed to Fan Xian, but there was a hint of pride on his face. Fan Xian frowned. "A man of the Qing kingdom." Shinzhong laughed heartily and said, "I thought the two of you already knew each other. Commissioner Fan, this Master Cui is the second son of the Cui clan of the Qing kingdom. The Cui clan and the Fan clan have always been on par, and both are sons of noble families." Fan Xian frowned. "Master Shin, what do you mean by this?" A sinister look flashed through Shinzhong's eyes. "Master Fan, didn't you want to talk business? In fact, I've been doing this business for many years, so I want to know if Master Fan has any more benefits for me. Fan Xian tilted his head slightly and looked at Master Chui, trying to read his face. Suddenly, he asked, Master Chui, did you come to this banquet of your own accord, or did your family elders ask you to come? How could I miss such a grand event? Master Chui didn't seem to be afraid of Fan Xian. Things had become very clear. This Master Chui was clearly representing the interests of the Chui clan, and behind the Chui clan was the eldest princess, who was far away in Xinyang. It wasn't that Fan Xian hadn't considered the possibility that the eldest princess had relied on smuggling to obtain so much profit from the palace treasury. But he hadn't expected that the provost of the brocade guard would pull the eldest princess's representative to the table. What made Fan Xian even angrier was that this rascal Chui actually dared to sit at the table and act as a bargaining chip for the other party. The eldest princess had a favor to ask of Fan Xian, so it was impossible for her to interfere in his affairs. It must have been this rascal Chui acting on his own. Fan Xian had taken the initiative to contact Xinzhong. On one hand, he wanted to build a connection, but on the other hand, he wanted to attack Xinyang's source of income. He hadn't expected the Northern Qi Kingdom to play such a trick. What should have been a game of secret bidding had been brought out into the open. As if sensing his displeasure, Xinzhong smiled and said, Master Fan, there is no harm in being frank. We are all people who want to make a fortune. This Master Chui and you are planning to do business in a way that overlaps, and I cannot eat both sides. Naturally, I would like to hear your opinion. Fan Xian regained his composure. He looked at Master Chui. I didn't expect Master Chui to have the guts to make such a big deal. How could I compare to Master Fan's guts? Master Chui smiled. Xinzhong saw that the situation was a little awkward. He smiled. Master Chui is also the son of a noble family. His family has several high-ranking officials in the southern court, but he is currently traveling. One day, he will enter the court as an official. You two should get to know each other. Hearing this, Fan Xian laughed coldly to himself. He looked at Xinzhong. Master Xin, perhaps you've forgotten who I am. I really don't care about noble families or whatever. Having said this, Fan Xian stood up. Without saying a word, he left the hall. Wang Qinian had already received him with an umbrella. 7 tiger guards gripped the hilts of their long swords in their hands. They escorted Fan Xian out of the courtyard. Along the way, none of the brocade guards dared to stop them. All they heard was the soft sound of a carriage outside the courtyard. Fan Xian had left so rudely. As if he hadn't expected Fan Xian to have such an intense reaction, Xinzhong stood rooted to the ground. He had been immersed in officialdom for decades, and had seen all kinds of negotiations. But he had never encountered a situation like this. The way this young Commissioner Fan did things was far beyond anyone's expectations. He turned his head and smiled warmly. Master Chui, this Master Fan is a man of character. Master Chui's face turned red and green. Fan Xian's words had greatly hurt his self-esteem. What noble families! How could Fan Xian say he didn't care about them? He thought angrily, what is the Fan family? He drank a cup of wine to drown his sorrows. In his heart, he felt that something was wrong. Xinzhong looked at him, not saying a word. Suddenly, Master Chui's hands began to tremble. He remembered Fan Xian's identity as an Overwatch Council member, and that he was, after all, the son-in-law of the eldest princess. His face turned pale with fright. He looked at Xinzhong again, his eyes filled with hatred. He cursed. Master Xin, you tricked me into coming here. Do you want me to die? Chapter 224. The night rain fell on foreign soil, making a familiar pitter-patter. Fan Xian took a sip of tea and said to Wang Qinian, "Write a secret letter immediately. Have the council investigate the relationship between the Chui clan and Xinyang." Wang Qinian looked at him and said quietly, "We cannot touch the eldest princess." "Of course I know we cannot touch her." Fan Xian knew that the things that the eldest princess had done were actually all tacitly approved by the emperor. But today's unfriendly meeting with Shinzhong only strengthened a certain idea in Fan Xian's heart. "I just want to find out how much power Xinyang has in the court." "Yes." Wang Qinian agreed and continued, "Master Chui is still kneeling outside. Sir, do you think we should let him rise? After all, the Chui clan is a large clan in the capital, and there are several high-ranking officials in the court." Fan Xian's eyes were fixed on the intelligence report sent by the council. He ignored Wang Qinian's words. The group of angels were in Shangjing, and before Yan Bingyun returned, Fan Xian did not dare to use the intelligence network in northern Qi. So his source of intelligence had shrunk, which made him very vexed. After a while, he seemed to hear what Wang Qinian said. He said quietly, "Let him kneel. As a citizen of Qing, he is being used by northern Qi. I will teach him a lesson on behalf of my mother-in-law." The rain gradually lessened, dripping down from the eaves. This courtyard was an old building, so the places where the rain fell had sunk slightly. Fan Xian put on a robe and walked out of the room. He looked at Chui kneeling in front of the stone steps and did not speak for a long time. The other members of the diplomatic mission had long since avoided this small courtyard, so it was especially quiet. You should know very well what you should do if your family still wants to do business in the north. Fan Xian looked coldly at the soaked Chui. "I will spare your life for today. Write a letter to Xinyang. As for how the eldest princess will punish you, that is your business. But while I am in Shangjing, I do not wish to see you sitting with those people from northern Qi." Chui kowtowed heavily, burying his upper body in the puddles on the ground. He trembled and did not dare to speak. "Let me remind you again, I am the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. Even if the eldest princess is protecting you, if I really want the Chui family to suffer, I have many ways to do so." Fan Xian said, "Although this is a very vulgar threat, I think for a stupid person like you, if you don't make it clear, you will still be used as a knife by the northern Qi people next time. That would not be good." Master Chui was still kneeling miserably. At the time, he had woken up in the rear courtyard of Panshanlin. Only then did he realize how big a mistake he had made. Putting aside Fan Xian's identity as the Overwatch Council that everyone feared, he was the son-in-law of the eldest princess. In Fan Xian's eyes, Master Chui was at most an ant. Today, he had acted on his own to see what the Overwatch Council wanted to do with northern Qi. Originally, he had considered the issue from the eldest princess's point of view. But if Fan Xian really wanted to deal with him, he feared that the eldest princess would not bother to protect him. Given Fan Xian's current power and influence, aristocratic families were really not worth his attention. Let's put it plainly. Fan Xian looked at him. "You work for the eldest princess. Naturally, I will not make things difficult for you. But right now, I want to do something, so I hope you can see the situation clearly." "Yes, Master Fan," Master Chui said in a trembling voice. "I have made a mistake. We are all officials of the Kingdom of Qing. No matter what happens in the court, once we leave the country, we must remember that you and I are both citizens of Qing. Do not let outsiders laugh at us. This is what angers me the most." After this little interlude, Xinyang carefully maintained their respect for the diplomatic mission, and northern Qi finally felt Fan Xian's power. More accurately, they felt the power of the Overwatch Council of the Southern Court. Shinzhong had always made deals with Xinyang, so when Fan Xian proposed this deal through Chang Ningho, he did not think much of it. But looking at the current situation, it seemed that the rumors were true. If Fan Xian really did control the palace treasury in the coming year, the eldest princess would lose her power, and Xinzhong's discipline commission would offend Fan Xian, then a large source of income would be cut off. The Northern Qi Palace also knew of this matter. The Empress Dowager fiercely questioned Xinzhong. Xinzhong was full of anxiety. Who would have thought that Commissioner Fan would not even give him a chance to bargain? And the news that Master Cui had knelt at the diplomatic mission that night had also reached the ears of the Brocade Guard. Xinzhong knew that he had to look at Fan Xian in a new light. But no one could have guessed that Fan Xian actually did not want to discuss the deal. A few times, Xinzhong sent people to invite Fan Xian, but Fan Xian coldly pushed them away, as if he did not want to talk. "Sir, what exactly do you want?" Wang Qinian was Fan Xian's most trusted confidant. There were many things that even the Overwatch Council did not know, but Wang Qinian was well aware of them. He knew that Fan Xian had secretly done many things to deal with the eldest princess of Xinyang, but the eldest princess did not seem to have noticed. But now, Fan Xian looked as if he wanted to reconcile with the eldest princess. This puzzled Wang Qinian. "I want everyone to not know what I want to do." Fan Xian straightened his clothes. Without turning his head, he said quietly, "The eldest princess has a favor to ask of me. Naturally, I want to take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits." Wang Qinian still did not understand, and Fan Xian did not explain further. That afternoon, a carriage entered the diplomatic mission's encampment through a corner gate. The carriage looked very shabby and ordinary. Whether it was the carriage's decoration or the coachman's appearance, there was nothing out of the ordinary about it. But everyone in charge of the diplomatic mission's security could clearly feel the tension inside. Outside, the shadows of the Northern Qi Brocade Guard could be seen everywhere. Fan Xian looked at the carriage and said something that seemed completely unrelated to the current situation. "It seems Si Lily has also arrived in Shangjing." A young man in a white robe pushed open the carriage door and slowly moved forward. He stood there, looking at the sky above his head. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and then lowered his head to look at the people in the courtyard who were looking at him. He could easily sense the smell of the courtyard from these people, and he could not help but smile faintly. Fan Xian walked forward and condescendingly took Yan Bingyun's uninjured right hand. He carefully helped him out of the carriage and said quietly, "Welcome home." For the people of Qing, the diplomatic mission's location was like their homeland. Yan Bingyun had been imprisoned for a year, and had long since prepared to die. Although he still could not accept the agreement to trade Shaoan for himself, now that he had set foot on the diplomatic mission's grounds and heard Fan Xian's words of welcome home, he could not help but feel moved. There were no civil officials from the office of the Grand Herald in the courtyard. Aside from the 7 Tiger Guards, everyone else was an official of the Overwatch Council hidden within the diplomatic mission. They all looked at this young man, who had difficulty walking, and bowed in unison. "Greetings, Master Yen." Their voices were not impassioned, nor were they loud, but their sincerity could be felt. Yan Bingyun smiled and said nothing. He only said quietly, "I am very surprised to be able to come out alive." Fan Xian held his hand and laughed. "I am also surprised that your fingernails were not completely pulled out." These 2 future deputy heads of the Overwatch Council spoke very softly, and only they could hear each other. Yan Bingyun returned to the diplomatic mission. His mission to Northern Qi was half complete. Fan Xian felt reassured. He said a few words to Wang Qinian, then helped Yan Bingyun into the inner chamber. "Take off your clothes." I didn't hold back. It was clear that Yan Bingyun would not misunderstand anything. He slowly tore off his white clothes, revealing his well-proportioned naked body. Fan Xian raised his eyebrows. He thought of how he had felt when he had changed clothes in the capital's third bureau. He found that Yen Bingyun was indeed much calmer than he was. He took out a box of medicine from a box and used his fingers to pick out some, then began to evenly apply it to Yen Bingyun's body. Wherever his fingers passed, the wounds rose and fell. The horror of the wounds was indescribable. "I always thought you were just a lucky man," Yen Bingyun said coldly. Yen Bingyun said coldly, "But for Commissioner Fan to be able to remain so calm after seeing my wounds, it seems that you are much stronger than I thought." Fan Xian's fingers stopped at the left side of Yen Bingyun's chest. The bones there had clearly been reattached after they had been broken. There was a large bulge, and on the outside was light red new skin. It looked very ugly. "That's because you don't understand how I grew up." "I thought I understood it very well." Yen Bingyun looked into his eyes coldly. "Master Fan, I understand your life from the time you were born to the age of 12. Fan Xian tilted his head slightly and looked at him. He said nothing. Yen Bingyun sank into silence as well. It seemed he did not want to continue this topic. After a while, he said, "Thank you, Master, for treating my wounds. But I think I should be better at making medicine than you are. In a moment, please allow me to write down a prescription, and have the diplomatic mission help me get a few doses of medicine." Fan Xian ignored him. He continued to apply the medicine, complementing it with the healing methods he had learned since childhood. "Eat him." Fan Xian unceremoniously stuffed a pill into Yen Bingyun's mouth. He said coldly, "When it comes to treating wounds and detoxifying poisons, there is no one in this world who dares to clamor in front of me." Chapter 225. Who's Fei Ti? Who else in the council is named Fei? Sir, are you talking about old Fei? I'm talking about that old freak. Fan Xian had finished everything. He called for someone to bring in a basin of warm water. He carefully washed his hands and pulled off a piece of fur to dry them. Then he said to Yen Bingyun, "You've been tortured for too long. Your heart has been injured, and your martial arts training has been greatly damaged." After saying this, he carefully observed Yen Bingyun's expression. He found that Yen Bingyun's face was calm, as if he hadn't heard anything. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He had made up his mind to take this seemingly cold, but actually extremely arrogant young man into his fold. "After you return home, take good care of yourself. It's not like you can't be cured. If your nails are pulled out, they'll grow back. If your bones are dislocated, I'll have the bald man from the 7th Bureau break them again. I'll treat you again. I can't let you become an old cripple like Chen Pingping." Fan Xian joked, but Yen Bingyun felt a bit strange. The entire Overwatch Council had spies all over the world, and not a single one of them dared to call Director Chin an old cripple in front of others. Yen Bingyun slowly narrowed his eyes, as if trying to see the truth behind this matter. For example, why was Fan Xian already the commissioner of the Overwatch Council at such a young age? Right at this moment, a burning sensation rose from his chest and abdomen. Even though his temperament was incomparably firm, he was still shaken by this sudden pain, and the corner of his eyebrows twitched a little. "It's nothing. It's just a method to force out the poison. Because I don't know what poison is in your body, the medicine I used was a bit too strong. But with me watching, you won't die." Fan Xian didn't care, and helped him put on his clothes. Sweat beaded on Yen Bingyun's forehead. It was obvious he was in great pain. In a low voice, he said, "Damn, this is worse than being poisoned. What kind of antidote is this?" Fan Xian was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and praised, "Brother Yen, you're finally willing to curse. That's right. Who are you always putting on that cold face for? You can act cool in front of the Northern Chi brocade guards, but don't do it in front of me." I've seen it since I was little. What he had seen since he was little was naturally that cool Uncle Zhu. Who did you learn this antidote from? I don't trust you. Yan Bingyun asked coldly as he felt the area of his body that was smeared with ointment start to burn. As I said earlier. Fan Xian looked at him with a smile. A strange light flashed in Yan Bingyun's eyes. Forgetting all the pain inside and outside of his body, he hissed, "You are Fei Jie's disciple?" His voice was full of surprise. Fei Jie doesn't have a disciple like you. You even boasted that you knew everything about me before I was 12. Fan Xian began to tidy up the bottles by the bed. You don't even know who my teacher is, he said mockingly. Yan Bingyun looked at him and did not speak for a long time. Fan Xian looked back at him innocently. He rested his chin on his hand and looked at the worms all over Master Yan's body. I say, Brother Yan, he said quietly, why do I feel like you look at me with anger? This was a thorn in Fan Xian's heart. Since he wanted to subdue Yan Bingyun, he had to know why he had such strong feelings of resistance toward him. Otherwise, his days in the future would be difficult. There was a long silence. Yan Bingyun still did not seem to want to talk about this topic. But for some reason, as the burning pain inside and outside of his body gradually faded, the head of the Overwatch Council in the north began to feel dizzy. Looking at Fan Xian's beautiful face, he felt an inexplicable hatred. He thought of the exciting life he had led in the northern Qi court these years, and his words seemed to escape from his dry lips. Commissioner, I don't know if you still remember that there was a murder case in Danzhou 5 years ago. It has never been solved. Fan Xian's hand, which was in the middle of closing the box, did not stop. He was slightly surprised. Of course he remembered that murder case. It was the first time Fan Xian had killed someone in his 2 lives. Even now, the cold chestnut that had burst out of the assassin's throat seemed to be stimulating Fan Xian's palm. I know what you're talking about. Fan Xian frowned. What does this have to do with you and me? Yan Bingyun smiled strangely. That assassin was under the jurisdiction of the 4th Bureau. It was because of this that I was chased north to be a rat. So you hate me. Fan Xian sank into silence. After a while, he suddenly laughed with extreme pleasure. I thought you should thank me. Why? Yan Bingyun's dizziness faded a little. After a moment of surprise, he returned to his cold demeanor. Fan Xian stared into his eyes and enunciated each word clearly. Because I can see that you were born to be a spy. You like this kind of life. I think these 4 years of hiding in northern Qi, nervous and uneasy day and night, have been a very exciting and fulfilling life for you. Yan Bingyun said, if you like it, sir, you can try it. Fan Xian smiled and picked up the medicine box. Like a doctor, he walked out of the side room and closed the door behind him. He gave a barely noticeable shrug and scraped the drug out of his fingernails into the corner of the box. He warned himself in his heart that he would only use the drug on one of his own people once. There would be no next time. Yan Bingyun was indeed powerful. Under the effects of chloroform, he was able to wake up immediately. If he knew that Fan Xian had used this trick, it would be difficult for the two of them to get along. Hearing this story from Yan Bingyun made Fan Xian feel touched. At the same time, he knew the real reason why Yan Bingyun disliked him. Fan Xian felt very comforted. He did not think that he and Yan Bingyun had such a strange history. 5 years ago, because of the attempted murder in Danzhou, Yan Bingyun was chased to the north and became the head spy of the Overwatch Council in northern Qi. 5 years later, it was Fan Xian who had come to bring him back. Thinking of this, Fan Xian couldn't help but smile. In this world, who knew when it would come back to haunt him? Sir, Bao Sheng is here with wine, a subordinate reported. Fan Xian waved his hand. Take it. I don't want to see him. The subordinate acknowledged and went out. Fan Xian frowned. He had just lectured Master Cui, and now there was a letter from Xinyang. That eldest princess was really hot on his heels. As he was thinking this, Wang Qinian came in from outside. He held a letter in his hand. A letter from Xinghuairen. Fan Xian tore open the seal and read it carefully. A look of worry appeared on his face. What are these people playing at? He raised his eyebrows and went into the backyard. Yan Bingyun was very alert. When Fan Xian opened the door, his hand had already touched the knife at his side. Relax a little. Fan Xian looked at him, whose eyes were still closed. No one will try to assassinate you here. Yan Bingyun slowly opened his eyes and looked at Fan Xian's face. A cold look flashed through his eyes. What medicine did you give me? Why do I feel dizzy? I used some medicine to calm the mind, Fan Xian explained calmly. Fan Xian calmly explained, your spirit has been greatly depleted. If you want to recover as soon as possible, then you need a good night's sleep. I just didn't expect that your body's muscles would be able to resist the medicine. It's not very useful. What a pity. These light words covered up the earlier matter of the knockout drug. Fan Xian's delicate and untainted face was indeed the best disguise for crafty plots and conspiracies. Yan Bingyun knew that Fan Xian had entered the room because he had something to ask. His gaze fell on Fan Xian's hand. He frowned. Sir Fan, what is it? Fan Xian shook the letter in his hand and smiled. A letter from the eldest princess. Yan Bingyun was a little surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. What does this have to do with me? Before you return to the capital, you are still the commander of the Overwatch Council's spies in northern Qi. Fan Xian smiled. So when the court wants to do something, I have to ask for your opinion. Please speak, sir. Yan Bingyun didn't change his expression. After Fan Xian had explained the contents of the 2 consecutive letters from Xinyang, Yan Bingyun furrowed his brows. There were a few strands of silver between his brows. He appeared weak. In a quiet voice, he asked, why does the eldest princess care about these things? I only came to ask for your opinion. Should the council intervene in this matter? Fan Xian said. Yan Bingyun shook his head. The council wants Xiao En dead, but the eldest princess wants us to cooperate with Shang Shanhu to rescue Xiao En. These are 2 opposing goals. How can we cooperate? Fan Xian sat down and looked at Yan Bingyun's cold face. Let's not discuss this for now. I need to know from your mouth what the current situation in northern Qi is like. Yan Bingyun looked at him and held up 3 fingers. 3 sides. One side is the Empress Dowager, one side is the Emperor, and one side is Shang Shanhu, but since Shang Shanhu has been moved back to Shangjing, his power has been greatly damaged. He must choose between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. It was a simple and crude statement, but it was a confident judgment. Fan Xian silently signaled for him to continue. Yan Bingyun continued. According to what you say, if Xiao En is Shang Shanhu's adoptive father, an imperial advisor he wants Xiao En dead, then in the end, Shang Shanhu will definitely side with the emperor. Why? Because the Empress Dowager will certainly listen to Ku He. Fan Xian unconsciously raised his eyebrows. The Empress Dowager is indeed quite young, but does Imperial Advisor Ku He still have such thoughts? Yan Bingyun was stunned. It took him a moment to realize that this young man, who was beautiful on the outside but extremely wretched on the inside, had misunderstood his meaning. He looked at Fan Xian with disdain. Things are not what you think. Chapter 226. Through Yan Bingyun's narration, Fan Xian knew what had happened back then. After the kingdom of Qing's 3 northern expeditions, the Zhan family took advantage of the situation and established the kingdom of Qi. However, the founding emperor had unfortunately died 12 years ago, leaving behind only the Empress Dowager and the emperor, who had only been a few years old at the time, in the empty palace. Although the kingdom of Qing had stopped moving north, the ruthless Chen Pingping would not let go of this opportunity. He secretly supported and instigated some of the nobles of the previous dynasty and the Zhan family in Shangjing. In the end, it became a situation to force the emperor to abdicate. Seeing that the Empress Dowager and the emperor were about to be dragged out of the palace by the rebels, Ku He moved into the palace as a friend of Commander Zhan Qingfeng. At that time, 3,000 soldiers and horses surrounded the palace. Ku He sat in front of the great hall. Behind him were the pitiful mother and son, and a large group of trembling eunuchs and serving girls, holding candles and brooms. Faced with countless spears and arrows, Ku He sat alone in front of the great hall. No one dared to make a move. Then, the Empress Dowager's brother, Chang Ningho, crawled out of a sewer hole in the corner of the palace. He secretly contacted Shinzhong of the Brocade Guard and gathered a group of forces loyal to the royal family to return to the palace. Only then did they stabilize the situation in Shangjing in northern Qi. After the incident, Ku He did not pursue the matter, and the Empress Dowager maintained her silence. Although the nobles who tried to force the emperor to abdicate were fine at the time, they did not meet a good end in the future. So no matter how one looked at it, the reason the Empress Dowager was able to sit safely in the palace was because of Ku He's reputation and unfathomable power. Ku He is so cool, Fan Xian said, slapping his leg in admiration. One man blocking 1,000 men. Even if there were millions of them, he would still go forward. So strong, so strong. Yan Bingyun looked at him. He felt that Ku He's words were a bit vulgar and not very respectful to the 4 great grandmasters. As one of the 4 great grandmasters, Ku He is aloof from the world. But if he shows his stance, no matter who it is, they have to be cautious. Fan Xian shook his head. Those idiots who tried to force the emperor to abdicate, I don't believe that Ku He could do anything to them. At the time, Ku He swore a blood oath. If anyone dared to sit on that dragon chair, he would kill that person. Yan Bingyun suddenly felt that the commissioner in the council was somewhat childish. Given Ku He's terrifying power, in the north, of course, he can kill whoever he wants. If you can't even keep your life, your head will be separated from your body the moment you sit on the throne. Who would be willing to be an emperor like that? Great Grandmaster. Fan Xian frowned. For the first time, he felt that this kind of existence, which was beyond the scope of mortals, was indeed a very troublesome matter. What? Master Fan is young and promising, yet you don't even care about a grandmaster. Yan Bingyun looked at him coldly. Fan Xian smiled and didn't say anything. He had only met one of the 4 great grandmasters, Yi Luyun. At the time, he only felt that his singing was pleasant. As for Uncle Wu Zhu, who was nameless but was actually on the same level as the 4 great grandmasters. Fan Xian had grown up with him, so naturally, he couldn't feel excited. Let's continue talking about Shangjing. Fan Xian raised his hand. If the Empress Dowager listens to Ku He, and Ku He wants Xiao En dead, Yan Bingyun interrupted. Master, why are you so sure that Ku He wants Xiao En dead? I have my sources of information, Fan Xian smiled. He didn't say anything about Haitang, nor did he say anything about the secret of the temple. He continued. Then Shang Shanhu will inevitably fall to the emperor's side. Only by gathering all the power of the emperor's party can we save Xiao En's old life. Master Yan, do you think we can gain something from this? Yan Bingyun shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of something. He smiled. Actually, when it comes to power, Northern Qi has never been weak. In these 4 years, I don't know how much I've seen, but I believe that compared to the kingdom of Qin, Northern Qi will never be able to win. Fan Xian didn't know why he had suddenly come to this conclusion. He was a little confused. Yan Bingyun laughed with great satisfaction. Just look at how the court will send Shaoan back to Northern Qi. In the past year, the balance and peace that the Empress Dowager and the Emperor have struggled to maintain will be broken. I truly admire the person in the court who planned this. The person who planned Shaoan's return was the eldest princess. Fan Xian's eyes were calm, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. There is nothing to admire. You have to know that this deal came at the cost of you. What do you mean? Yan Bingyun frowned. Fan Xian said, it was the eldest princess who sold you to the court of Northern Qi. Then, she arranged with Shang Shanhu to exchange Shaoan for Northern Qi. Even if there is some disturbance in the court of Northern Qi because of Shaoan, do you really think it will cause any big waves? You are nothing more than a pawn being manipulated by nobles. A pawn should have the self-awareness of a pawn. For someone like you to admire the hand that is holding your head, I really don't understand. These words were a little harsh. Fan Xian did it on purpose. He wanted to plant a seed of hatred in Yan Bingyun's heart for the eldest princess. Unexpectedly, Yan Bingyun's face was calm, as if he hadn't heard. Instead, he continued to plan. We cannot interfere in this matter. Shaoan's life and death have moved even Ku He. The diplomatic mission is in a foreign country, after all. It is impossible for us to interfere, and there is no need for us to interfere. I agree with your view. Fan Xian looked at him. But there is one more thing that I need your opinion on. Fan Xian told Yan Bingyun about what had happened to Cui a few days ago. Yan Bingyun's expression didn't change. What does Sir want to do? Fan Xian was silent for a while. But since he had already begun, he naturally continued. According to the council's wishes, we will gradually reduce the benefits that Xinjiang has gained from the north. The council's wishes. Yan Bingyun looked into Fan Xian's eyes. I hear that the commissioner may be in charge of the palace treasury next year. Fan Xian smiled as if he hadn't heard him. Sir Yan, you have been imprisoned for half a year, but you are still very well informed. After a long silence, Yan Bingyun suddenly said, why are you telling me these things? Because you are most familiar with the routes in the north. If there comes a day when we need to pull in the net, then from now on, I must begin to keep a close eye. Without Sir Yan, I have no power in the north. Yan Bingyun calmly said, Sir Fan, you think very highly of me. I have never thought of you as a simple patient, Fan Xian said calmly. I believe that if Sir Yan had the desire, you would still be able to call the wind and summon the rain in the north. Why should I help you? Because I am your superior. Fan Xian's expression gradually grew cold. I am not asking for your help. I am asking for your cooperation. Yan Bingyun didn't buy it. He laughed coldly. When the commissioner truly takes over the Overwatch Council, it won't be too late for us to talk about this then. Fan Xian laughed and waved his hand. I knew that playing this game wouldn't work. He paused for a moment. The logic is simple. The eldest princess is our common enemy. Not only do I need you, but I believe that you need me as well. Yan Bingyun didn't think much of it. He calmly nodded. If that's the case, then I must make it clear. Your plan has been completely wrong from the beginning. Why do you say that? If you want to gradually reduce the eldest princess's profits from smuggling, you shouldn't have gone to Shenzhong. Shenzhong is the provost of the Discipline Commission of the Brocade Guard. If I didn't go to him, who would I go to? Yan Bingyun looked him in the eye. Shinzhong, Changningho, these are all trusted aides of the Empress Dowager. They have been making deals with the eldest princess for many years. If you want to start anew, why not go to the young emperor? Fan Xian sighed. Because I can't see through the emperor's mind. The emperor of Northern Qi is a very pure person, a person who gets excited easily. Yan Bingyun raised a finger. A pure radical needs money. Fan Xian looked at him. After a moment, he said, I trust you. At present, I am worthy of your trust, said Yan Bingyun. Fan Xian let out a sigh of relief. He patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. Although the world is theirs now, it is still ours. Having said that, he left the room, leaving Yan Bingyun behind to reflect on those strange words. For the next 3 days, the diplomatic mission was still dealing with diplomatic matters with Northern Qi. Fan Xian and Yan Bingyun were secretly plotting in the room. Gradually, Yan Bingyun no longer hid anything. He analyzed the information he had, and very clearly established a guiding ideology for Fan Xian's future actions. Action was better than inaction. He needed to use delaying tactics in Xinjiang, and so did the Empress Dowager. Only the palace needed to be contacted. Fan Xian had once wondered if he should pay a visit to General Shang Shanhu, but Yan Bingyun had coldly stopped him. Yan Bingyun felt that there was no need to do these things. If the other party needed it, they would naturally come to him. Fan Xian's actions after entering Shangjing were, in Yan Bingyun's professional eyes, a complete mess. Fan Xian silently accepted the lesson. He knew that in these matters, he was not as good as Yan Bingyun. In addition to chatting, they also talked about reorganizing the spy network in the north. But Yan Bingyun clearly did not trust Fan Xian's abilities, so he never relented. One day, after eating, Fan Xian suddenly said, that Lady Xin is very capable. She actually knew that you were hiding in the diplomatic mission and came to you again. Yan Bingyun's face was as cold as ice, and he was as heartless as a flowing cloud. He said lightly, inform Shinzhong. He will take care of his daughter's matter. Fan Xian glanced at him. He truly did not understand how this young official had honed such a cold and heartless will. Chapter 227. The diplomatic mission of the Kingdom of Qing had quietened down, and now it was the turn of the other powers to be anxious. Shopkeeper Xing often came to deliver wine, and humbly conveyed the greetings of Xinjiang. Shinzhong had also invited Fan Xian a few times, but Fan Xian found an excellent excuse to decline. Shinzhong had no way of getting angry. On the contrary, Chang Ningho felt his heart ache at the loss of a fat piece of meat that had been at the tip of his tongue. Perhaps there was some agreement between the eldest princess and Shang Shanhu, but Xinjiang did not have a deep foundation in Northern Qi. They still needed the help of the Overwatch Council. After Fan Xian's persuasion, Yan Bingyun finally agreed to his plan. He was prepared to use the network he had been building over the past 4 years. The news from the south seemed to show that the Qing court was as stable as Mount Tai, without a single ripple. However, the Overwatch Council's report mentioned that there had recently been a few strange murders on Shandong Road. Although the murderers had killed ordinary people, their methods were extremely cruel. This was a case of the Ministry of Justice, but it had never been solved, so the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council had taken over. Fan Xian did not pay much attention to this murder case, and Yan Bingyun did not pay attention either. After all, the matter in Shangjing was enough of a headache, and the two of them were planning something sinister. Fan Xian's reason for declining all the invitations was very good. For the past 2 days, he had often been chatting with a village girl. Given her status, neither Shinzhong nor Chang Ningho had the guts to steal guests from her. In a quiet alley in Shangjing, a man and a woman were strolling and chatting. Their words floated lightly, disturbing the butterflies that were nesting in the flowers. Nature is heaven and earth, and man is heaven and earth. The so-called unity of heaven and man means that human affairs must follow the natural path of heaven and earth. Only then can the two be harmonious. Harmony is only a facade. What do you think is the unity of heaven and man, and the connection between heaven and man? Oh, I'm not sure about that. I just think that man follows the earth follows the heavens, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Only then can there be harmony. Or harmony. Harmony is the highest. Master Fan, what you have said today is completely unconventional. I am truly impressed. Although she said she admired him, Haitang still put her hands in her pockets and dragged her feet. Her expression was serene as she walked on the street like a lazy woman. There was not a trace of admiration on her face. Fan Xian rubbed his nose in self-mockery. Just like that day in the palace, he imitated Haitang's sweeping footwork. Fortunately, this street was relatively quiet. Otherwise, if the two of them were to walk like this, they would probably be laughed to death by bystanders. Seeming to guess what he was thinking, Haitang said, I just feel comfortable walking like this. As for what other people think, I really don't care. Fan Xian thought about it for a moment and realized that it was quite true. People loved ease and hated work. Walking like this was indeed more comfortable than walking with one's head held high. The problem was, if one was really lazy, why not lie down in bed? As he thought this, his mouth naturally said, I still feel that lying on the bed is more comfortable. If Miss Haitang is willing, we can lie on the bed and talk about literature, talk about life. Haitang glanced at him. Fan Xian smiled a little embarrassedly and did not explain anything. He really did not have many romantic thoughts about Haitang, but for some reason, chatting with her always made him feel very relaxed. After his rebirth, Fan Xian had always wanted to experience many interesting things and meet many interesting people. This visit to Northern Qi was largely to satisfy this spiritual need of his. Although there had been assassination plots along the way, and things had not been very interesting, Fan Xian had gotten to know two interesting people, Yan Bingyun and Haitang. Fan Xian felt that it had been worth it. I heard that Master Fan met with Master Shen Zhong a few days ago. Haitang asked softly, reaching out to pull out the green branches hanging down from the street. It was already summer, but it had been raining heavily a few days ago, so there was no heat. The trees and flowers were still in the spirit of spring. Fan Xian nodded. We parted on bad terms. He knew that although he was above the court, he could see that the power of his faction was still biased towards the Empress Dowager, so he guessed why Haitang had asked this. Parted on bad terms. Haitang smiled, her face gentle. I am just curious. Master Fan, why did you hurriedly throw out that proposal? Were you not afraid that it would affect your reputation as an official if it got back to the south? Fan Xian's heart trembled, but his face showed no expression. I do not understand what you are talking about. Haitang said, the Empress Dowager was very tempted by your proposal. Fan Xian's face darkened slightly. Miss Haitang, you should know that these days, I have been in seclusion, refusing guests. The reason why I came out to accompany you when you spoke was because I felt that although you had acted against me at Wudu, you are, after all, an unworldly master. You would not talk about these petty matters of the world. Miss Haitang, you have disappointed me. If I did not say these things, I am afraid you would be even more disappointed, Master Fan. Haitang's mind was clear, and she would not be fooled by Fan Xian's flowery words. The Empress Dowager invites you into the palace. Fan Xian chuckled and cupped his hands in salute. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Haitang. Earlier, Master Fan, you said that sincerity is the way of heaven and sincerity is the way of man. Haitang's bright, jewel-like eyes looked at Fan Xian in a trance. Since you know the way, why not? Isn't it easier to deal with people with sincerity? Fan Xian took a deep breath and slowly circulated the strange, tyrannical jinqi in his body, resisting the pressure coming from Haitang. He smiled. Dealing with people with sincerity can be divided into big and small. Sincerity to people is a small way, and sincerity to the world is a great way. Miss Haitang, if you treat people with sincerity, why don't you tell me what secret Xiaoan has that even an unworldly master like your master is tempted? Sincerity to the world. Haitang's lips curled up slightly. My master is sincerity to the world, so I cannot say much. But the secret in Xiaoan's heart has kept him alive for 20 years. If that secret were to spread among the common people, I fear that the world would be in chaos for 20 years. Fan Xian was startled. He knew something that no one else knew. Based on what Haitang had said, could it be that there was some danger in the temple? The two of them returned to the path of idle conversation, and it was nothing more than a discussion of philosophy and theology. In any case, Fan Xian had a foundation in the history of Chinese philosophy from his previous life. He randomly picked out a few of Dong, Liu, and Wang's theories, and Haitang was greatly surprised. But many years later, Haitang slowly reflected on it and began to organize the theories of the great scholar Fan. Only then did she realize that the young man had said nothing. For some reason, in the late spring and early summer of northern Qi's Shangjing, the rain was so plentiful. Before, the warm spring sun had shone brightly, but now a chilly breeze blew, and raindrops fell through the branches above their heads. With a crash, Fan Xian opened the cloth umbrella at his side and held it over Haitang's head. Under normal circumstances, given Fan Xian's status, when he went out in the rain, his subordinates would hold the umbrella. But right now, it was just the two of them, and purely in terms of status, it was only right and proper for him to hold the umbrella for Haitang. The rain gradually soaked the street. Fan Xian looked calmly at the people on the street hiding from the rain, but in reality, he was carefully watching Haitang's steps. At this time, the feet of the two of them were covered in water. Fan Xian had long since stopped using the country girl's walk, intending to see how Haitang would walk. Haitang continued to walk. Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Only now did he realize that although Haitang's feet were dragging on the water, there seemed to be some kind of invisible power under her shoes, supporting her whole body. The soles of her shoes were not touching the water at all. This kind of skill, Fan Xian thought, was not at a level he could reach. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Haitang floats on water. Haitang ignored him and continued to walk. Fan Xian sighed. I don't believe that you can walk comfortably like that. I don't like that man called Yan Bingyun, Haitang suddenly said. I think that Miss Haitang has always lived deep in the mountain palace. You shouldn't have had any contact with the great scholar of the Qing kingdom. Using deceiving women to obtain his own benefits, Haitang is quite shameless. We are officials, not ordinary people, Fan Xian said on Yan Bingyun's behalf. He didn't want Yan Bingyun to be remembered by a 9th-level master for the rest of his life. For the good of the kingdom of Qing, there are some things that we must do. Haitang said, ugliness is ugliness. Don't use being an official as a cover. Fan Xian smiled. Although being emotionless may not necessarily be a true hero, if one's heart is too soft, how can one survive in this chaotic world? Master Fan, do you believe that today's world is chaotic? The minds of the people are confused. Master Fan, do you believe that only chaotic times can produce heroes? I do not seek to establish myself as a hero. I only seek to be a man with a clear conscience. The two of them talked and stopped. They had already reached the outskirts of a small temple. At that moment, the rain had coincidentally stopped. This place was far away on the outskirts of the capital. It was very quiet, without a trace of human presence. A leaf fell on the stone steps in front of the temple. The temple door was slowly pushed open. Fan Xian looked at the woman sitting by the incense table in the temple. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he bowed. "Miss C, long time no see." The corners of Haitang's lips curled up. "Master Fan, you want to be a man." "I did not expect that. As I expected, you are a man who has tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex." With a swish, Fan Xian gathered up his wet umbrella and looked at Sea Lily, who had risen to greet him. He smiled. Being emotionless may not necessarily be a true hero. How can a man who has tender feelings for the fairer sex not be a man? Chapter 228. A heartless man is not necessarily a true hero. How can a compassionate son not be a true man? Haitang repeated slowly. Her face returned to her usual smile, and she led Fan Xian through the wooden door of the little temple. "Master Fan." Sea Lily curtsied. Fan Xian, with a warm and distant smile, cupped his hands in greeting. "When did you enter Shangjing, Miss C?" "Thanks to your good fortune, I entered the capital 3 days ago. I had a safe journey. Thank you for your concern." Sea Lily slowly lowered her eyelids. She was still wearing the light green robe she had worn during the journey. The weather was hot, and she was not afraid of catching a cold. Fan Xian quietly said a few more words to her. Haitang watched calmly from the side, but there was a glimmer of a smile in her eyes. How could the unfamiliar expressions on their faces escape her eyes? Fan Xian felt a little strange. Why had Haitang brought him to the temple where Sea Lily was staying? And where were the palace nannies who had always served Sea Lily? Did Haitang not know that as a foreign official, he should maintain a distance of 3,000 miles from the woman the Emperor of Northern Qi wanted? "This is where I live." Haitang explained the confusion in Fan Xian's heart. "It is not convenient for Lily to enter the palace, so His Majesty has asked me to take care of her." Fan Xian laughed bitterly. Only now did he remember that Sea Lily had once said that these two girls were close friends in the Northern Qi Palace. He suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Ku he also lived in the palace? Although the temple was far away, Fan Xian still had some reservations. After a few casual words, he said to Haitang, "I will wait for you outside." Without waiting for Haitang and Sea Lily to reply, he left the door and waited outside in the courtyard. After he left, Haitang quietly looked at Sea Lily. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "I brought him here to see you. Don't you have anything to say to him?" Sea Lily raised her head, and a trace of confusion flashed across her charming face. She said quietly, "I said I don't want to see him, and I reckon he doesn't want to see me either. Right now, he is outside the door, and I don't know how he will complain about you." "Haitang, you are too reckless. Even if you are Ku He's disciple, you should do less of this taboo thing." Haitang smiled gently. "What is there to be afraid of? Our Majesty is not a petty person." In another elegant and clean small room, wisps of fragrance gradually filled the meditation room. The tea on the table mixed with the amber color of the furniture, making people feel very tranquil. "Why did you bring me to see Sea Lily?" Fan Xian sat cross-legged on the other side of the tea table, frowning. His elegant face finally showed some worry. He was working hard to make arrangements for Xiao An, but Sea Lily was a hot potato. "I told you about Yan Bingyun earlier," Haitang said with a smile. "I wanted to see if Master Fan was the same as the other filthy things in the world. The term impure substance is novel and absurd. Have you never read the story of the stone, Master Fan?" Haitang seemed surprised. Fan Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't respond. He just smiled bitterly and said, Miss Haitang, have you misunderstood something? Miss Sea Lily is just a criminal I've been escorting along the way. She's just a target in the agreement. I have nothing to do with her. Milord, you've misunderstood me. Haitang said softly, today, I have invited you to my humble abode because there is something I need your help with. What is it? Fan Xian asked directly. Haitang smiled and said, actually, it's something His Majesty was worried about when he left you in the palace. Fan Xian looked at her and found that her ordinary face easily made people feel close to her. He asked curiously, clearly, His Majesty didn't want you to know about his troubles at the time. Haitang used her left hand to gently roll up the sleeve of her right hand. With 2 fingers, she brought a small teacup to her lips. She slowly took a sip and said, the Emperor truly did not want me to know in the beginning, but his distress and I have been good friends for many years. Furthermore, in the Qi court, there are not many people, other than me, who are willing to help him resolve this distress. I've always been confused. Fan Xian could, of course, guess what the young Emperor of Northern Qi was worried about. He smiled and said, since everyone in the court is opposed to Sea Lily entering the palace, why does your emperor still insist on going his own way? Looking at the current situation, Sea Lily can only temporarily stay in Miss Haitang's residence, and presumably the Empress Dowager won't allow her to enter the palace. Master Fan, are you suspecting that there's more to this matter? Correct. I've never believed that there's such a thing as affection in the royal family. For some reason, Fan Xian was faintly unhappy, and his words were much sharper. Haitang stared at him calmly. After a while, she said, emperors are also people. How can you say anything about the matters between men and women? Fan Xian shook his head and thought of the emperors of his previous world. Perhaps Emperor Xuanzong of Tang was an exception, but in the end, didn't Yang Guifei turn into a wisp of a fragrant soul at Maui? Master Fan is already married, Haitang said casually. Fan Xian was slightly surprised. He thought of his wife at home, and of their first meeting in front of the incense burner in the Temple of Qing. He couldn't help but smile, full of happiness. Haitang looked at his facial expression and sighed to herself. She smiled and said, I hear that Master Fan and your wife are very close. If someone tried to stop you two from being together, what would you do? Fan Xian raised his eyebrows and did not reply. But if there really was someone in this world who dared to come between him and Warner, that person must be seeking death. Gradually, he seemed to understand the feelings of the young emperor in the palace. But when he thought of how the emperor admired Sea Lily, Fan Xian still felt a little strange. Even though the agreement between him and Sea Lily was that they were only in a mutually beneficial relationship. Haitang's request was actually what Fan Xian wanted. If Sea Lily couldn't enter the palace, the only thing that would be lost would be the Overwatch Council of Qing. He just couldn't guess why she would want to find him. Haitang said, no one in the court is willing to help His Majesty welcome Sea Lily into the palace. You should know that Sea Lily's identity in the south is problematic. After all, I am limited by my status and have no right to speak in this matter. Fan Xian laughed coldly. She's working for Northern Qi. He then asked, do I have any right to speak? I'm just a foreign official. After Wudu, this matter should have nothing to do with me. Haitang smiled. His Majesty and I only wish to borrow your wisdom, Master Fan. Fan Xian couldn't help but laugh. He gently smoothed down the hair on his head with his fingers. Miss Haitang, you truly think highly of me. Haitang calmly said, Master Fan was originally a nameless person, but in a year's time, you've become the world's most famous immortal poet, a powerful figure in the south. If you say you have no wisdom, no one in the world would believe you. I'll think of something, but I don't know if it will work. Fan Xian picked up a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. The key is still the Empress Dowager. If she isn't willing, nothing will work. Hai Tang stood up and bowed slightly. I thank you in advance. It seems that the relationship between you and Sea Lily is not shallow. Fan Xian bowed in return. If I ever need your help in the future, I hope you will remember the friendship between us today. Hai Tang expressionlessly replied, as long as it doesn't involve the politics of our country, I promise to do so. Fan Xian said, don't worry. What I want you to do may never happen. If it does, it will only be an internal problem of the kingdom of Qing, and you won't have to go against the natural order that you've always pursued. That's good. Hai Tang relaxed a little. As the head envoy of the South, all of Fan Xian's movements in Shangjing had to be monitored by the court of Northern Qi. This was a tacit understanding and habit between the two sides, so it was rare for him to have complete freedom of movement. But today was an exception. Fan Xian was taking a stroll with Hai Tang, and Hai Tang clearly didn't like the rats of the brocade guard following them, so they walked together under an umbrella. It looked like they were strolling leisurely, but they had thrown off all the spies. He believed that the brocade guard wouldn't have the courage to follow them even after Hai Tang had clearly expressed her hostility. After leaving the wondrous little temple where the two girls lived, Fan Xian stretched. He didn't see any familiar brocade guard around the corner. A happy smile appeared on his face, and he walked into an alleyway at the corner of the street. There was no clear sky after the rain. Only a cool breeze blew the dew that fell from the branches, brushing past his cheeks. Thinking of Sea Lily and the Emperor, Fan Xian still didn't quite understand. But the topic that Hai Tang had just mentioned made this 17-year-old man's thoughts return to the capital, to the side of his wife and sister. Homesickness began to rise, and a warm feeling began to fill his chest. Occasionally, pedestrians passed by the alley. Some laborers were pushing handcarts, taking shortcuts to get to the shops where they worked. Fan Xian's face wore a gentle smile, as beautiful as the sun, and he slowly walked toward the alley. A handcart came from behind him, and as it brushed past him, Fan Xian flicked his wrist, and the black dagger he had been holding in his palm stabbed horizontally. With a muffled squelch, the dagger pierced the throat of a spy dressed as a laborer. The cold blade entered the flesh, and the man fell to the ground. In the next moment, Fan Xian was already stepping on the overturned handcart. His whole body floated to the end of the alley like a shadow. His fingers held a poisonous needle, and he stabbed it into a major acupoint in the chest of a man. His left hand strangely shot out from under his right armpit, and 3 crossbow bolts shot out at the same time, nailing a stunned man to death. With a backhand slap, he shattered the neck of the paralyzed man. Fan Xian took off his clothes, turned over, and used the rain hat to cover his face and his sunny smile. He pulled the crossbow bolts from the dead man's body and walked out of the alley. Chapter 229. After leaving the small temple, Fan Xian had been followed by 3 people. He didn't know if they were spies from the brocade guard or people from the palace, but no matter which side they were from, Fan Xian would not allow anyone to follow him today. After pulling out these 3 spies, Fan Xian confirmed that no one was following him, and then he began his next step. After leaving the alley, he did not take a carriage, because any opportunity to come into contact with people could leave behind clues that Northern Qi could find. On the wet street, the number of people gradually increased. Using the crowd as cover, Fan Xian lowered his head and walked silently among the people of a foreign country. According to the Overwatch Council's anti-tailing rules, he should be looking for a cloth shop and then go through a back door. After a few more turns, he would be able to reach his destination. But Fan Xian did not use this method. First, he was confident that no one was following him. Second, he thought that if he made too many turns and came into contact with too many people, it would be easier for him to be discovered. Along the way, he carefully snuck into an official's manor. Coincidentally, it began to rain again in Shangjing. The rain was silent, but it was tangible, and it effectively hid his tracks. Near the musical house in the south of Shangjing, there was a residential area for commoners called Zhangjiadian. This place was a mix of good people and bad people, but it had been relatively safe these past few years. In addition, living expenses were cheap, so it gradually became lively. The small peddlers who did not have much capital began to muster up their courage and save up extra money. They bought a few shops on this street and began to do business. This place was not like Shushui Street, where daily necessities were sold. The prices were cheap, and the quality was not very good. The third shop from the east was such an ordinary place. This shop sold oil. The oil was palm oil from Dongyi. Although it was cheap and tasted good, the color was not very good. Especially during the winter, there was always a layer of white flocculation. So, generally, wealthy families with a bit of money would rather use rapeseed oil from the east of Qi. Fortunately, there were always many people who did not have spare money, so this oil shop that did not even have a signboard could still survive. However, they did not dare to hire too many people. Other than an old shopkeeper, they only hired a helper and a waiter. It had rained repeatedly today, so there were not many pedestrians in Zhangjiadian. Today, it seemed even more empty. However, the oil shop's business had nothing to do with the weather. Whoever ran out of oil would naturally come, so the old shopkeeper of the oil shop was not in a hurry. Instead, he moved a long stool and sat in front of his door, staring blankly at the rain outside the shop. Perhaps the shopkeeper was really getting old. The young workers in the shop felt that the number of times the shopkeeper was in a daze this year was much more than before. "Shopkeeper, I want to buy oil." A person stood at the entrance of the oil shop, blocking the dim sunlight outside. The old shopkeeper waved his hand, indicating for him to enter by himself. The man took off his rain hat, revealing a plain face. He smiled, walked into the shop, and said to the yawning shop assistant, "Young man, I want to buy oil." The shop assistant smiled and said, "What kind of oil do you want?" "Other than palm oil, our shop also has a new batch of rapeseed oil from Qidonglai." The shop assistant's attitude was respectful, but he was muttering to himself, "Of course people who come to our shop want to buy oil. Isn't this nonsense?" The man said, "Give me half a caddy of palm oil." The shop assistant replied crisply, "Okay." He nimbly poured oil into the scale, and then found that the man's hands were empty. He couldn't help but scratch his head. "Sir, what do you use to carry it? Do you have a pot here?" "Yes, a wooden pot is 3 copper coins." The shop assistant was very happy to have made another business. The man did not speak after taking the oil pot, as if he was still thinking about something. The shop assistant asked curiously, "What else do you want? Do you have sesame oil? Do you have sesame oil?" The question was very soft and not very loud, but the old shopkeeper's withered right hand, which was sitting outside the shop and propping itself up on the bench, trembled slightly. The shop assistant said unhappily, "We don't have such good goods in our shop. In the whole of Zhangjiadian, who can afford to eat sesame oil?" As he spoke, the old shopkeeper had already slowly walked back to the counter and waved his hand to signal the shop assistant to leave. He looked at the customer with a face full of smiles and explained, "Sesame oil is too expensive. Except for when it's used to worship the heavens, no one usually buys it. There's still half a year until the day of worship, so our shop hasn't stocked up yet." The man smiled and said, "Other than worshipping the heavens, worshipping people is also possible." The old shopkeeper's smile became even more respectful. He said, "Then tell me the quantity." We can order it on your behalf. The conversation had reached a crucial point, so both of them spoke softly. However, that person's memory must be very good, so he was able to clearly state the weight of the next batch without any ambiguity. I want to buy 7 caddies, 3 taels, 9 chien and 4 hao, palm oil. The old shopkeeper was calculating with his abacus, and then he looked troubled. He said, "There's a problem with the price." "Sir, let's go into the inner room and talk." "That's fine." The old shopkeeper ordered the shop assistant to keep watch outside, and then he led the customer into the back room. The shop assistant now knew that the man wasn't here to buy oil, but to sell oil. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue, thinking that he was lucky he hadn't offended the owner of the sesame oil business. This sesame oil merchant was, of course, Fan Xian in disguise. He followed the old shopkeeper into the back room, only to find that it was completely different from the meeting place he had imagined. It was actually bright and clear. There was no tea, no small talk. The old shopkeeper stared into Fan Xian's eyes, and there was a trace of caution in his old, muddy eyes. He said, "Sir, you came from the south." Fan Xian nodded. The old shopkeeper made a gesture of invitation. Fan Xian sighed in his heart, thinking that Yan Bingyun's procedure was a bit complicated. Helpless, he could only report another number that he had firmly memorized. Only now did the old shopkeeper confirm the other party's identity. Only then did he relax. He took out a small knife dipped in poison from his sleeve with trembling hands and placed it in his hand. Fan Xian knew that if the man was a spy from the kingdom of Qi, the old shopkeeper would have to kill him as soon as possible. This was also why Yan Bingyun felt so humiliated after being captured alive. The old shopkeeper looked at him and said, "Sir, what position do you hold in the Overwatch Council?" Fan Xian shook his head. "I don't think the situation at hand allows us to be long-winded." The old shopkeeper laughed bitterly. "It's already been a year. It's been a whole year since we've received any news from above. After the incident, the court hasn't sent anyone to take over. I thought the court was going to let us enter a period of silence." The so-called period of silence was when, as soon as a gap appeared in the spy system of an enemy country, they would immediately stop all operations to avoid being exposed. This period could only be a month, or it could be 10 years. Fan Xian frowned. Yan Bingyun's capture was the most unlikely thing to happen in a spy war between the two countries, because Yan Bingyun didn't need to carry intelligence back to his country and personally investigate such dangerous matters. But the eldest princess's move had paralyzed the entire network of the Overwatch Council in the north. Yan Bingyun had always been in the hands of Northern Qi, and the court and the Overwatch Council didn't dare to take the risk of contacting them. That was why there had been a year of silence. I hope that after a year of silence, everyone's bodies haven't rusted. Sir, please be at ease. The old shopkeeper knew that if this man had come to take over Yan Bingyun's position, he must be an important figure in the council, and he could faintly smell the scent of blood on him. The old shopkeeper's reply was especially careful. Sir, please give the order. 3 matters, some urgent, some slow. Fan Xian looked at the old man in front of him. He knew that this old man, as well as the countless other spies in the council, must have had a difficult year. They were like wandering orphans with no home to return to, so he deliberately softened his tone. The most urgent thing is to immediately find out where Xiaoen is being held. The second matter is to investigate the real reason for the enmity between the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. This was something that Fan Xian had never understood. The young emperor seemed to have eaten too much. The old shopkeeper's expression didn't change. Although he knew that either of these 2 tasks would be extremely difficult, he only quietly waited for the man in front of him to issue the 3rd order. Investigate Xiaoen's matter quickly. The matters in the palace can wait. Fan Xian muttered to himself, as for the Third Order, I think you should know that the palace treasury has been smuggling goods northward for the past few years. The old shopkeeper narrowed his eyes. For the first time, a strange light appeared in his eyes. That is a problem in Xinyang. Sir, has the council finally decided to act? Fan Xian shook his head and quietly said, investigate thoroughly for me. However, don't touch a single hair on them. You have to control all of the joints that can be controlled. If the council wants to act in the future, you have to make sure you have enough things in your hands to salvage this entire trail clean. Understood. The old shopkeeper knew that this was a long-term task that could be taken slowly. But Fan Xian was thinking about something else. He didn't know if the matter with Master Cui was a test from his mother-in-law, or if she had something to ask of him, so he had to bear with it for now. Although Xinyang had never known that Fan Xian was the culprit behind the incident with Yanji and Guangxin Palace, the conflict in the Great Hall of the Ministry of Justice had gradually brought the conflict between him and the eldest princess to the surface. Chapter 230. How should I reply, sir? This was a crucial point. Fan Xian didn't know how Yan Bingyun had managed to communicate with his subordinates, so he didn't dare act rashly. He only said quietly, within 2 months, there shouldn't be any specific executors coming to Shangjing, but I will temporarily assign someone to be responsible for contacting you. The old shopkeeper looked worried. Sir, please be careful. Although the brocade guard of Northern Qi couldn't compare to the Red Cavalry of Northern Wei in the past 20 years since Shaoan was captured, I still have to consider the children under me. Fan Xian nodded. This was why the Overwatch Council hadn't dared to take the risk of contacting these orphans even after a year. He said quietly, don't worry. The person I'm looking for is the one least likely to be followed in the council. Without question, he was talking about Wang Qinian, the one who had spent his entire life following others, but had never been followed by anyone. He couldn't stay in this place for long. After saying a few more words, Fan Xian got up and prepared to leave. Before he left, he suddenly said, change the secret signal. Yes, sir. The old shopkeeper bowed slightly. 1314527777777. Yes, sir. The old shopkeeper repeated the seemingly random number without a single mistake. Fan Xian nodded, somewhat satisfied. He returned to the front hall and saluted the old shopkeeper like a merchant, not forgetting to carry the 2 pots of tung oil in his hands. Seeing the merchant leave, the young shopkeeper joked, "Boss, you're ready to bring in the oil so early?" The old shopkeeper looked at the only shopkeeper in the shop and smiled. Yes, there's a big deal coming. The shopkeeper thought to himself, could his shabby oil shop be like those oil merchants in Dongyi and do a few big deals? A few hundred caddies of business was a big deal. The young man couldn't help but look down on the shopkeeper's lack of ambition. On the way, Fan Xian carefully disposed of the oil in his hands. He didn't dare give it to the beggars on the street, nor did he dare throw it away. One of the most important rules of the Overwatch Council's secret agents was not to underestimate the enemy's ability. Although Shinzhong, the commander of the Brocade Guard of Northern Qi, did not appear to be very powerful in that rainy night in the brothel, Fan Xian knew that was definitely just a facade. After cleanly disposing of the oil pot, Fan Xian set out on his way back to the diplomatic mission. The sky was already dark, and there were few people on the road. As he passed the arch bridge over the Yuchuan River in Shangjing, Fan Xian rubbed his face a few times under the canopy, wiping away all of the rouge from the young lady's home. He squeezed it into a small yellow and red powder in his palm. His palm gently stroked the lion on the stone arch bridge. The powder fell from his palm and quietly mixed with the river water under the bridge. no one could find any trace of it. Descending the bridge and passing through the alley, Fan Xian emerged from the side of a house. He had already restored his original appearance. He had taken off his rain hat and flipped his robe. He looked just like he had when he had just parted with Haitang. His face was delicate and his expression elegant. He swaggered back to the diplomatic mission. The brocade guard, who had been drinking tea for many days, looked at him strangely. Fan Xian knew that the news of the 3 spies' deaths must have reached Xinzhong's ears. But the brocade guard could only swallow this loss. As for when they would be able to retaliate, that was not within Fan Xian's scope of consideration. In the most secluded courtyard of the courtyard, under the long eaves, Yan Bingyun was lying on a low couch. The couch was piled with soft brocade blankets. Although Fan Xian had treated his wounds, the torment he had suffered over the past year could not be healed in a short period of time. His body was injured all over, and could not withstand strong contact. So Fan Xian thought of a way to bury him in a pile of cotton. Fortunately, the weather had not been too hot. Although he knew that this indifferent northern spy chief was now physically and mentally exhausted and needed time to rest, Fan Xian still felt a bit ashamed to disturb him. Because in these last few days in northern Qi, he had to rely on Yan Bingyun's methods. After a brief explanation of the day's situation, Yan Bingyun looked at Fan Xian gloomily and said quietly, "I hope you did not leave behind any traces. Otherwise, if all my subordinates were to be uprooted, even if you are the commissioner of the council, I will definitely report you." Fan Xian shook his head. "I know you have more power than just this line of communication. Although one-way communication is safe, the efficiency is too low. You must think of a way to move the other areas as well. But I don't think I have the time to deal with them. I am going to hand them over to Wang Qinian. What do you think of this proposal?" A strange look flashed in Yan Bingyun's eyes. This was the youngest high-ranking official of the council. These days, his performance could only be described as average. His greatest strength was that he was good at listening to Yan Bingyun's opinions. But today, he had exposed the northern network with a single sentence. It seemed that he had some ability. "I am not worried about Wang Qinian." He thought for a moment. Master Wang is one of the earliest people to be hidden in the north. Fan Xian was slightly surprised. He had not expected Wang Qinian to have done such a thing. He heard Yan Bingyun say, "According to your plan, we will cooperate with Shang Shanhu to dig out Shaoan's whereabouts. But I do not want the people of the council to get too involved." Fan Xian agreed to his request. He knew that Yan Bingyun did not want the people hidden in the north to sacrifice too many lives for the sake of the internal strife of the court. "Don't worry. I know what I am doing." Yan Bingyun frowned. "Shang Shanhu is a lion. Unfortunately, in the deep waters of Shangjing, he could not find a place to borrow his strength. That is why he sought the help of the eldest princess. As officials, it is only natural that you and I act according to the will of the eldest princess. However, you must know your limits. I believe that the day Shang Shanhu makes his move to save Shaoan will be the day the Empress Dowager and Xinzhong purge the army." Fan Xian knew that this cold-faced official of the Overwatch Council had guessed what he wanted to do, so he didn't say anything more. He only said quietly, "This is exactly what I want to see. I will not underestimate Xinzhong's ability to monitor Shangjing, let them fight it out. In any case, it will not harm the kingdom of Qing." Leaving the rear courtyard, Fan Xian found Wang Qinian and gave him the task. Wang Qinian remembered the string of numbers clearly. He knew that in the following days, he would have to shoulder this dangerous and important task. He was not the old shopkeeper of the oil shop. He was Fan Xian's most trusted aide, and so he gathered his courage and asked, 13145277777. Master, this string of numbers seems to represent something. All my life, I love money, money, money. Fan Xian laughed. In the dialect of Danzhou, the pronunciation of money and 7 was very similar. The old shopkeeper of the oil shop had been doing well these past few days. He had sold a few barrels of oil, and a piece of information hidden in the dark began to circulate through the northern department of the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council, which had been silent for a year. It did not take long for the spies, who had disguised themselves as the various commoners of northern Qi, to receive their first task after a year. The information began to be fed back through various channels. It was summarized at several points on the line, and finally delivered to the oil shop in Zhangjiadian. At the same time, the Qing diplomatic mission held a few banquets, and their drinking capacity had increased considerably. Naturally, shopkeeper Xing of Shishui Street could not help but make a few trips to the diplomatic mission's courtyard, and flatter Fan Xian a few times. He believed that from Fan Xian, he had obtained the information that Xinyang and Shang Shanhu had always wanted. The person who handled a lot of information and analyzed it, and finally came to a relatively accurate conclusion was Yan Bingyun. Over the past few days, the sound of his coughing could often be heard coming from the rear courtyard. Fan Xian did not have much to do. After all, he was the head of the diplomatic mission. Drinking and greeting were the proper things to do. On this day, he entered the palace accompanied by Haitang. A few days ago, Haitang had told him that the Empress Dowager had invited him to the palace to discuss important matters. Drinking, for Fan Xian, had always been a happy thing, and drinking with the Empress Dowager of an enemy country was not a depressing matter. But when Fan Xian returned to the diplomatic mission, all of his officials and subordinates knew that he was in a bad mood, but no one knew why. Inside the room, Fan Xian looked coldly at Lin Jing. In this diplomatic mission, am I the head envoy, or is it you, Sir Lin? Lin Jing was uneasy. Why do you say that, Sir Fan? He asked nervously. Naturally, the diplomatic mission will follow your lead. Good, good, good. Fan Xian laughed. Then tell me, Sir Lin. Why did the Empress Dowager say that the princess of Northern Qi was going to be married to the great prince of our dynasty? What a big deal. Why was it that I did not know about this even after I left? You had already made all the arrangements for the princess marriage at the office of the Grand Herald and Taichung Temple. Only now did I know that I had to send off the bride on my way back. Lin Jing let out a sigh of relief. So that was what had happened. He laughed. Sir, he replied, please do not blame me and Sir Lin Wen. The diplomatic mission only passed on the Empress Dowager's handwritten letter to the Empress Dowager of Northern Qi. How could we, the officials, have known that it was two women who had decided on the marriage of their own children in the letter? When word of this came out of the palace, what could we say? We were supposed to inform you of this, sir, but you have been away from the diplomatic mission for a few days, so we were delayed. Lin Jing rolled his eyes. He knew that this young man was a little angry. He smiled and handed over a letter. The official letter will arrive soon. This is a secret letter from the court, expressing the attitude of His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. Of course, they are willing to carry out this marriage. In fact, there are two other happy events that I wish to congratulate you, Sir Fan. Chapter 231. Congratulations my ass. Making a scene. Making a scene. As soon as Fan Xian thought of all the things that had happened, he was furious. He even learned Qin Pingping's catchphrase and laughed. Those old women eat too much pickled vegetables and worry too much. Aren't they afraid that they'll tire us runners to death? Lin Wen was startled. What a disgraceful thing to say. He hurriedly explained, the affairs of the court have their own rules. But the affairs of the palace have their own channels. You don't need to worry too much, sir. Fan Xian nodded. Although this marriage seemed a bit ridiculous, seeing how anxious the two courts were, it was a situation that everyone wanted to see. But Southern Qing and Northern Qi were known as the two most powerful countries in the world. If these two countries were to unite by marriage, the emperors of the small countries hiding far away would probably not be happy. Of course, the biggest headache would be the city of Dongyi, which was guarded by Sigurd sword. Oh, right. You said I have something to celebrate. Fan Xian frowned. He didn't know what the great prince's marriage, which was scheduled to return to the capital in early autumn, had to do with him. Lin Jing and Lin Wen looked at each other and laughed. Sir, you'll know when you read the letter from the court. According to custom, when the court sent a letter, if the head envoy was not present, Lin Jing, as the deputy envoy, had the authority to open it first. Go ahead. Fan Xian rubbed the space between his brows. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but it was getting stronger and stronger. Yes. Lin Jing responded with a smile. After the great prince's marriage is set, so is the second prince's. His Majesty has decreed that the second prince's marriage to Yi Linger, the daughter of the Yi family of the Jingdo garrison, is set for next spring. Fan Xian was a little surprised. He grunted, and felt a strange feeling in his heart. The girl who had called him teacher by the lake was also going to be married. He had seen the second prince before, and knew that the second prince was well-read, but had a restless heart. Hearing that Yi Linger was going to marry the second prince, he couldn't help but worry for her. At the same time, he wondered what the emperor wanted to do. This marriage would clearly tie the Yi family, which guarded the capital, to the second prince. Did the emperor really want to change the heir? Fan Xian's heart jumped, but his expression was unusually calm. He tilted his head slightly and said, "What does this have to do with me?" Lin Wen said with a flattering smile, "Congratulations, Master Fan." "Congratulations, Master Fan." His Majesty also mentioned in his edict that the young lady of your manor is virtuous, and that she has been granted marriage to Li Hongqing, Crown Prince of King Jing, young miss of your noble family. Fan Xian was a little confused, and felt a little stupid. Which manor was this? It took him a while to react. Could it be Ruoruo? Sister Ruoruo was going to marry Li Hongqing. No. To everyone's surprise, Fan Xian suddenly stood up and waved his sleeve. The officials next to him had their mouths wide open. They didn't know why Fan Xian would have such a strong reaction after hearing about his sister's marriage. Everyone congratulated Fan Xian. His congratulations came from the bottom of his heart. Count Sinan was the Minister of Appointments, and was in charge of the Qin Kingdom's finances. Fan Xian was the Commissioner of the Overwatch Council, and His Majesty had arranged for him to marry the daughter of the former Prime Minister. That young lady also had a noble identity that everyone knew, but did not dare mention. Now, even the young lady of the Fan family had been betrothed to Crown Prince Li Hongqing. There was no one else in the court who was so favored by the emperor. Fan Xian's reaction was, no. Fan Xian lost his composure for a moment. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the stunned expressions on everyone's faces. His mind was a mess, but he quickly came to his senses and laughed. That won't do. Li Hongqing visits brothels every day. If he doesn't spend a few hundred jars of fine wine with me, my brother-in-law, I won't let my sister marry him. He hit it well. The officials all knew that the Fan family was on good terms with King Jing's family, and that he was good friends with Crown Prince Jing. His words were indeed a joke. The officials all laughed. They said that Fan Xian was humorous, and that when they returned to the capital, they would visit him at his manor. Some even said that they would go with Fan Xian to find Crown Prince Jing and extort some fine wine. Fan Xian's eyebrows danced as he happily chatted with the officials. He was very much like a happy brother who had heard that his sister was about to get married. After everyone had dispersed, Fan Xian walked alone to the secluded rear courtyard. Standing next to a pillar, he looked at the stars emerging from the gaps in the dark clouds in the southern sky. He was silent for a long time. His sister was going to get married. His sister was going to get married. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes, watching the dim stars twinkling between the heavy clouds in the night sky. His heart palpitated, and his mind was filled with that sentence. He had long known that this was something that was bound to happen. Not long after he had come to this world, when he was in Danzhou telling the story of Snow White to the yellow-haired girl, Fan Xian knew that the yellow-skinned monkey in front of him would one day get married. In the letters that came and went between Danzhou and the capital, he would occasionally think that the little girl on the other end of the letter would grow up to marry a man. Later, when he came to the capital, he saw that there was a trace of ice and snow hidden between her brows. She was also as intelligent as ice and snow. She saw him as a teacher and respected him as a brother. Fan Xian laughed and thought that if any ordinary man married her in the future, he would certainly have a hard time. But at some point, perhaps from the day Fan Xian guessed his past, Fan Xian began to subconsciously refuse to think about the future of Ruoro's sister. Even when the emperor, who was traveling incognito, told the siblings in the tea-house by the Lujing River that he would arrange a good marriage for Ruoro in the future, Fan Xian still refused to think about it. But things never changed according to one's will. After Fan Xian got married, Ruoro's marriage naturally became a problem that had to be solved immediately. Fan Xian unconsciously gently patted the pillar next to him. His mind was a mess. Although he had once talked about this problem with his sister and vowed that as her brother, he would definitely find her a good husband, when it came to matters like this, Fan Xian, who always liked to pretend to be confused, was in a rare state of confusion. It was as if there were countless threads running back and forth in his mind, making it difficult for him to breathe and unable to think. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of palms hitting the pillar echoed softly in the courtyard. Very noisy. A cold voice came from the other end of the corridor. Fan Xian laughed bitterly. He had been so shaken up today that he had forgotten that the courtyard he lived in was also occupied by the equally cold Yan Bingyun. "Sir, your mind seems to be in a mess today." Yan Bingyun wasn't concerned about him. He was just curious as to why this commissioner of the Overwatch Council, who was used to hiding all his thoughts and only giving others the appearance of sunshine, was so sad tonight. Fan Xian pulled his gaze back from the dark night sky. He thought for a moment and then said, "My sister is going to get married. The young lady of the Fan family." Yan Bingyun said quietly. "A famous and talented woman in the capital. Presumably, it was His Majesty who arranged the marriage." "Correct. My future brother-in-law is Crown Prince Jing, Li Hongqing." Yan Bingyun said, "All the young people in the capital know that the Crown Prince likes your sister." Fan Xian was surprised. "Really? Why don't I know? I heard that you and Li Hongqing had a good deal. Now that your manor is connected by marriage with King Jing, in the southern court, other than a few members of the royal family, there are no officials who can compare to the Fan manor. I must congratulate you, sir." Fan Xian felt that Yan Bingyun's cold congratulations were mixed with a hint of malice. He tilted his head slightly and smiled. "It is indeed a happy occasion." "If it is a happy occasion, why are you worried, sir?" Fan Xian smiled. "Hongqing is my friend. Of course I like his temperament, but..." He shrugged. "A dissolute prince who frequents pleasure boats is about to become my brother-in-law. I think anyone would be worried." Yan Bingyun coughed lightly and said mockingly, "Have you never been to a brothel in your life, Sir Fan?" Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. He was in a strange mood today, so he didn't want to argue with Yan Bingyun. There were no candles in the room, and the stars in the sky could be counted. The courtyard was dark. Fan Xian turned his head and saw Yan Bingyun's cold expression, which couldn't be erased in the night. He suddenly had a thought and blurted out. "Do you want to marry my sister?" "Nonsense." Yan Bingyun rebuked the commissioner for his absurd question. Fan Xian shrugged and sighed. "You're right. You only love yourself. How would you know how to love a woman?" Yan Bingyun didn't want to pay attention to him. Fan Xian looked at him and said, "How do you and Miss Shen end up?" "She was cheated by you. Shen Zhong isn't someone to be trifled with." Yan Bingyun's face was as cold as ice, but Fan Xian's sharp eyes finally found a trace of sadness in his eyes for the first time. He only heard him say quietly, "I'm not a pervert like you. As for Shen, there's nothing between me and her." Fan Xian understood that Yan Bingyun and Miss Shen were destined to be apart for the rest of their lives, looking at each other from afar. Although he didn't know if Yan Bingyun had any feelings for her in the process, he felt some guilt towards such an infatuated woman. His thoughts turned back to Ruoro's marriage, and a faint worry floated up in his heart. Actually, everyone was right. His sister marrying Li Hongqing was better than marrying one of the princes. Fan Xian should be happy, but he couldn't be happy. Actually, in his heart, even he didn't know what he was thinking. Perhaps it was only some details, some initial reactions, such as standing up in front of him and the sad clapping of his hands afterwards, that revealed the deepest desires in Fan Xian's heart that he didn't even realize he had. He said to Yan Bingyun in the corridor, "Miss Shen naturally can't marry you, but if, and I'm saying if there was such a possibility, what would you do?" "I never think of the impossible," Yan Bingyun replied coldly. Fan Xian smiled and left the long corridor. Yan Bingyun watched his lonely figure disappear into the darkness and fell into deep thought. Chapter 232. 3 marriages, just 3 small interludes, that seemed to be the case. No one knew of Fan Xian's troubles. Whenever he thought of that faint possibility, Fan Xian felt a chill run through his body, and he didn't know what to say. Far away in a foreign country, Wu Zhu, the only person who had no taboos, seemed to have disappeared. There was no one he could talk to about this. There was nothing that couldn't be said to others, but this couldn't be said to others. In the eyes of others, Fan Xian seemed to be very happy, and had already begun to make arrangements for the diplomatic mission's return to the capital. The officials thought that Fan Xian was rushing back to the capital to prepare for his sister's marriage, and at the same time, wanted to seize the opportunity to benefit from the court's arrangements after the marriage. No one knew that under Fan Xian's calm, even joyful appearance, he had long since shaken off the shock of the time, and had begun to act according to the plan he had devised long ago, step by step. Yan Bingyun's words helped Fan Xian to a certain extent. Fan Xian thought that Sir Yan was right to a certain extent. What was the point of thinking so much about something that was impossible? But at the same time, he told himself that if Ruoro was willing to marry, as her brother, he would make sure her marriage was glorious, happy, and blessed. Even if Li Hongqing was involved in the second prince's struggle for the throne, for Ruoro's sake, he would ensure the peace of King Jing's manor. Of course, if Ruoro did not want to marry, then it would be a completely different story. Having thought this through, Fan Xian regained his calm, or at least on the surface. He had entered the palace twice these past few days, mainly to deal with the first marriage alliance since the founding of the 2 countries. This was an important matter, and no one, including Fan Xian, dared to be negligent. What made Fan Xian somewhat happy was that, under the pressure of the harem, Shen Zhong and Chang Ningho had finally lowered their heads. The secret service organizations of the two countries had a preliminary idea of how to distribute the goods from the north through irregular channels, as well as specific measures. In this plan, Fan Xian, as an important figure in both the Overwatch Council and the Palace Treasury, would naturally reap the most benefits. In reality, what Fan Xian was happy about was not the matter itself. Although his plans in the future would require financial support, the gains from smuggling were not as great as Fan Xian's plans. What truly made him happy was that, since he was going to make changes to the channel, then the output of goods from Xinjiang would certainly be reduced, and the income would certainly be reduced. The eldest princess' power would presumably be weakened. Fan Xian also understood that the eldest princess had allowed this to happen because he had promised Xinjiang that he would cooperate with Shang Shanhu and rescue Xiao An, who was hiding a shocking secret. This seemed to show that the eldest princess still placed the interests of the Qin court above her own. This, which was a bit like an act, surprised Fan Xian. It was also during these few days that the patient Yan Bingyun's ability to plan things was demonstrated to its greatest extent. When Fan Xian held the case file, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yan Bingyun's methods were simple, but they were the safest and most appropriate. They preserved the safety of the Qing forces hidden in the north to the greatest extent. There were many kinds of spies in the Qing kingdom. Yan Bingyun controlled secret agents, such as the oil shopkeepers and the attendants hidden in the manors of the nobles, and even some officials. There were also open spies, such as the shopkeepers on Shushui Street and the merchants from the south. Their main purpose was to do business, but they traveled the world, so they naturally had to send useful information back to the Qing kingdom. These few days, open spies and secret agents began to exert themselves. The intelligence system, which had been in hibernation for a year, began to awaken, and immediately displayed its powerful investigative abilities. Everything was ready. All that was left was for Shang Shanhu to make his move. Fan Xian and Yan Bingyun sat in the diplomatic mission, drinking wine in a relaxed manner. Fan Xian looked at the extremely cold Yan Bingyun and said, "Sir Yan, you are my subordinate after all. Can you not give me that look every day?" "I am not a flattering subordinate," Yan Bingyun replied coldly. Fan Xian smiled. He knew that this man in front of him, who had been hiding in northern Qi for 4 years, had many different faces. Back then, who could have guessed that the great scholar Yun, the son of a sea merchant, who wandered among the nobles, was actually the head spy of the Qin kingdom? Such a person had to be very good at socializing, and very good at using money and power. Yan Bingyun was treating Fan Xian coldly because he was his superior, and not because he was the target he wanted to deal with. Northern Qi really is stupid. Fan Xian took a sip of tea. "I can't believe they let you out so early and let you stay in the diplomatic mission for so many days. If it were me, I wouldn't trade you for 10 divisions. This was an allusion from Fan Xian's previous life. Yan Bingyun didn't feel anything when he heard it, nor was he moved in the slightest. Perhaps they thought the royal court was stupid enough to trade Xiao En for me. Thinking of this, Yan Bingyun still felt a little depressed. But Northern Qi didn't have much use for Xiao En, and they still had to think of a way to kill him. That was stupid to the extreme. Fan Xian sighed and said, "Someone once said that a country is like a person. It can never be a perfectly functioning machine. Often, it changes according to the mood of the ruler." The royal family of Northern Qi was divided, but Ku He's light was too bright, so they imprisoned Xiao En again. If Shang Shanhu wasn't Xiao En's adopted son, I don't think anyone would dare to challenge the royal family's decision. "What about you?" Yan Bingyun frowned. "On the way north, you clearly had the opportunity to kill Xiao En, but you let him go. Now he's already in Shangjing, and you want to save him. After saving him, you want to, it really is a little strange." Fan Xian smiled. He wouldn't tell anyone about Shaoen's secret, and it was because of this that the process of this matter gradually became absurd and laughable. He thought about it and explained to Yan Bingyun, "This is like playing chess. Although we all want to checkmate the other side's general in the end, the process of moving the pawns is different, and the benefits we gain from it are also different." If he had killed Shaoen on the banks of Wudu, the pawn Fan Xian had intended to abandon might not have been able to return to his country alive, and Fan Xian would never know where the temple was. And this time, he had used all the power of the Overwatch Council in the north to rescue Shaoen. Fan Xian only wanted to set up a common chessboard game, hoping that after so many twists and turns, he could gain something that even Chen Pingping couldn't. If Shaoen doesn't escape from prison, the brocade guard won't be easy to kill. After all, Shang Shanhu's reputation in the northern Qi military is very high. Shaoen, that old devil. What a pitiful life. A voice sighed. He's old, and no longer the same as he was. I don't recommend you do it yourself. Yan Bingyun looked at him coldly. If Ku he really does put down his pride, make a move, how will you survive? Fan Xian was silent. He didn't dare let anyone else hear Shaoen's secret, so he had to take the risk himself. He slowly tapped the tea table, closing his eyes and imagining himself as a chess player, moving the chessboard clumsily and inexperienced. On both sides of the chessboard were, of course, experienced and far-sighted people, Ku He and the eldest princess, the Empress Dowager and Shang Shanhu. Compared to these people, Fan Xian was nothing. But Wan Tong had no other ability, but he had the courage to flip the chessboard. All the routine work was done. The diplomatic mission and the northern Qi court breathed a sigh of relief and began to feast to their heart's content. Fan Xian was no exception. In the peaceful capital, the only strange thing was that along the banks of Yuchuan River, there had been a number of strange murders. Along with these murders, there had been particularly frightening cases of arson. For a few days, the flames reflected a red glow on the river that the people of northern Qi loved. Fan Xian knew very well what was hidden behind these murders. When the intelligence agents of the Kingdom of Qin, who had hibernated for a whole year, began to move, the provost of the brocade guard, Shenzhong, must have smelled something amiss. The brocade guard, who had taken root among the people of Shangjing, also began to react fiercely and appropriately. Yan Bingyun estimated that some of the hidden sentries he had set up had already been lost in these murders. After all, in a foreign country, it was impossible to conduct such a large transaction right under the nose of the enemy without alerting them. But the Fourth Bureau's intelligence network in the north had been split into several pieces, so there was no fear of the brocade guard digging up too many strongholds. So Yan Bingyun's expression became more and more gloomy. The Fourth Bureau of the Overwatch Council only had 17 spies in Shangjing. And now, for the sake of the eldest princess and Shaoen, they had paid such a heavy price. He could not help but be angry. Fan Xian did not say anything to comfort him, nor did he say anything. He just continued to drink, seek pleasure, and call in prostitutes. The 6th year of the Tianbao Kingdom, the 6th day of the 6th month of the Great Qi Kingdom. Fan Xian did not believe in the Western legends of the devil from his previous life, so his fingers were steady as he buttoned his cloak. He appeared full of confidence. He carefully sorted out his weapons and medicines. Some were in his belt, some were in his undergarments. Tied to his left forearm was a hidden crossbow that could fire 3 bolts at the same time. The Third Bureau of the Overwatch Council's secret smoking powder was in a bag about the size of a knuckle on his right wrist. Fan Xian looked at the metal box on the table, which was illuminated by the dim light, and narrowed his eyes. After the box was opened, there were 3 pills, red, blue, and white. They looked strange, and always made people think of some very strange things. The red pill was not small, but the smell of medicine had faded. It was impossible to tell what it was made of. Many years ago, Fei Jia had left it behind because he was worried about the tyrannical Zhenqi in his body. Fan Xian thought for a moment, then hid the large longum-like pill in his belt. Looking at the remaining pills, Fan Xian laughed bitterly. He overturned his original idea and put them all away. He might run into that great grandmaster, so it was better to have more life-saving items. Chapter 233. After hiding the pill, Fan Xian twitched his nose. For some reason, his brain began to feel excited, and the powerful Zhenqi in his body began to circulate rapidly along his wide meridians. It was as if every pore on his body had opened up, greedily absorbing the yuan-qi that might or might not have existed between heaven and earth. The faint smell of ephedra excited Fan Xian. From the table, he took down the tiger guard long knife, which had been modified beyond recognition. He weighed its weight in his hand and carefully used a cloth belt to tie the knife to his back, maintaining the most convenient angle for him to draw the knife. As for the slender black dagger on his leg, it seemed to have become a part of him over the years, and he did not need to pay special attention to it. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Wang Qinian walked in, bowed to Fan Xian, and whispered something in his ear. Fan Xian nodded and glanced at the remaining chores on the table, indicating for him to start. Wang Qinian smiled awkwardly. "My skills are much worse than yours, sir." Fan Xian scolded him. "You have never seen me with makeup on. How do you know your skills are worse than mine? You were a wanted thief in many countries back in the day. Did you not know how to disguise yourself? Wasn't the person sitting next to you personally dressed up?" Wang Qinian lightly flattered him. "Ha, that skill. Others may not know, but in my eyes, you are an immortal from heaven." "You're talking nonsense." Fan Xian sat down on a stool and smiled. "Which of the clay statues in the temples next to the capital could be prettier than me? One was thick-skinned, and the other was thick-skinned." The two of them made up a few words, effectively dispelling the last bit of nervousness in Fan Xian's heart. Wang Qinian was his closest subordinate. Apart from following him outside Sangzhou and being responsible for intelligence, he had not played an important role. Fortunately, he had the skill to play the supporting role, which made things easier for Fan Xian. Wang Qinian picked up the knife and scraped at Fan Xian's eyebrows. He then took a handful of wet ash from the table and began to apply it to Fan Xian's face. He felt that the stickiness and color were still somewhat different from the commissioner's facial skin. He couldn't help but frown. "Stick flour is still better." Fan Xian sighed and said, "Where can I find them?" "I did sneak into an official's house to get some makeup powder and rouge, and the effect was pretty good." In a large mansion in the south of the city, torches were held high in the extremely spacious courtyard. A dozen or so black-clothed men covered from head to toe were silently waiting. On the other side of the courtyard, a middle-aged man was sitting on an armchair with his eyes closed, deep in thought. His right hand was gently stroking the glossy black armrest of the armchair. His feet seemed casual, but in reality, they were as solemn as a mountain as he stepped on the bluestone bricks. This was General Shang Shanhu, who had resisted the barbarians to the north of the kingdom of Qi for 7 years. He was one of the most famous generals in the world, and the most powerful and prestigious in the northern Qi military. After a long while, Shang Shanhu slowly opened his tiger-like eyes. 2 frightening cold lights stared at the man kneeling in front of him. "Since the palace has not given me a way out," he said quietly, "I will not sit and wait for death. You must be careful. Although those people in the south want to do me a favor, who knows what they are really thinking." His voice was not loud, but it was deep and resounding, like the ringing of a bell. One could imagine the powerful internal energy of this famous general. The man kneeling in front of him was Tan Wu, who had been living his days in Shangjing. He was the fierce general who had been subdued by Gouda in one move in front of the diplomatic mission. He cupped his fists and said, "General, the Southerners are cunning. You must be careful." "I know what I am doing," said Shang Shanhu. Today was the last time he had entered the palace. The young emperor still had not given him a definite answer. The Empress Dowager had insisted on imprisoning Xiao En, and Shang Shanhu was worried about his adopted father's safety. That was why he had been forced to do something that violated the laws of heaven. As expected, the descendants of the Zhan family will not let go of any opportunity. Shang Shanhu smiled bitterly. If it were not for the fact that his adopted father knew the secret, the young emperor would certainly have done him a favor. But although the young emperor was a bit feminine, he still retained the heroic spirit that Zhan Qingfeng had left behind. He would not let go of a chance to increase the strength of the country in a short period of time, or even to conquer the south. So it was impossible for his adopted father Xiao En to leave that prison alive. Thinking of his adopted father's decades of misery, this general who had been summoned back to Shangjing felt sad. "Go." He gently waved his hand and returned to the rear courtyard. His wife was in a hurry to prepare a gift for the Empress Dowager's birthday in a few days. "Yes." Tanwu half knelt on the ground and left. In a residential area outside the Chongwu gate of Shangjing, there was an inconspicuous little yard. Narrow alleys crisscrossed this residential area. Even an old Shangjing resident would be in danger of getting lost. A few dozen feet away from the courtyard, there were some trees that were commonly seen in the north. The trees were as straight as swords, and their white bark was very obvious in the dark. Fortunately, it was already summer, and there had been plenty of rain this year, so the leaves were especially lush. Fan Xian carefully adjusted his xinqi, valiantly controlling the pulse of his heart. He allowed his body, shrouded in black, to blend in with the surrounding environment to ensure that no one would discover him. His gaze pierced through the palm-sized leaves, looking down at the house to his right. He calmly waited for Shang Shanhu to begin his rescue of Xiao En. Xiao En was locked up in that small courtyard. This was the information that the Fourth Bureau of the Overwatch Council had expended a great deal of effort to find out. But tonight, only Shang Shanhu's men had made their move. Yan Bingyin's children had already returned to the darkness. It was unknown whether or not Xinyang would send any aces to help. To rescue a prisoner in Shangjing was a violation of the laws of heaven. Regardless of whether or not he succeeded, the relationship between the royal family of Northern Qi and the military was on the verge of breaking. Thinking of this, Fan Xian, who was lying on the branch like a koala, couldn't help but feel great admiration for a certain noble in the south. Although the eldest princess was a crazy woman, she was indeed a very powerful crazy woman. From the day she turned around and sold out Yan Bingyun, it seemed that she had calculated all the changes that followed. No matter how they changed, the Qing court would receive great benefits. This woman was truly not simple. The night gradually deepened, and the courtyard under the tall tree was still quiet. In the distance, a baby was crying by the riverside. Nearby, an old horse was weakly chewing on hay. The stars in the sky were hidden behind the clouds. The leaves beside them ruffled in the night wind. This night seemed to be the same as every other night in Shangjing. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Without warning, Fan Xian, who was lying on the branch, opened his eyes and looked down at the courtyard. The prison break had begun. A carriage slowly drove up to the door of the small courtyard. At the same time, a small cart covered in grey cloth was quietly pushed up to the back wall of the courtyard. The defenses in the little courtyard did not seem to notice anything strange. Fan Xian, who was looking down on the world from high up in the tree, saw all of these actions clearly. A middle-aged man stepped out of the carriage. At the same time, Fan Xian noticed that a few black shadows had already disappeared around the courtyard. Who is it? The brocade guard responsible for guarding Xiao An was extremely vigilant. Half of his body peeked out from the wall. In his hand was a heavy crossbow, aimed at the middle-aged man standing at the door of the courtyard. The middle-aged man was Tan Wu, whom Fan Xian had met once before. He smiled and opened his mouth to speak. Suddenly, two black lights flashed, and two deadly crossbow bolts, one on the left and one on the right, ruthlessly pierced through the throat of the brocade guard. Blood splattered. The brocade guard's neck looked as if it had two iron rods attached to it. It looked incomparably bloody. Attack! Tan Wu gave the order in a quiet voice. What responded to him was a loud noise. A brawny man stepped out of the carriage. He was about 8 feet tall and held a large iron hammer in his hand. He strode to the door of the courtyard. The muscles in his right arm flexed, and he smashed down on the door of the courtyard. Looking at the power of his attack, the wooden door of the courtyard would immediately shatter into countless splinters of wood. There was a loud clang, deafening everyone present. Indeed, many splinters of wood flew everywhere, but the door did not break. Inside the wooden door, there was a layer of steel plate. High up in the tree, Fan Xian shivered. The place where the Northern Qi brocade guard imprisoned criminals was not as simple as it seemed. In an instant, the brocade guard in the courtyard had already reacted. They began to concentrate their men at the entrance of the courtyard. As the brawny man smashed down with his hammer, even the steel plate door began to creak and tremble. It seemed as if it could not withstand another few blows. A series of battle cries rang out, and a dozen or so black-clothed men climbed up the wall, clashing with the embroidered uniform guards inside. These black-clothed men's martial arts cultivation was not ordinary, but the most powerful thing about them was the murderous intent contained within their moves. Every move they made was accompanied by the power of wind and thunder, as if they were ready to risk their lives. These brocade guards, who had been guarding the bustling city of Shangjing for many years, were no match for these soldiers. Fresh blood covered the night, and they were quickly defeated. Fan Xian watched all of this coldly from the tree. He knew that Shang Shanhu's men were breaking down the door because Shaoan's legs had been crippled. He could not walk. He watched the brawny man smash the steel door like a laborer, and couldn't help but think to himself, smash the wall. He seemed to have forgotten that it was he who had ordered Shaoan's legs to be smashed. Chapter 234. The sound of a broken gong rang out. The steel plate that had been sandwiched in between the wooden planks had finally been smashed by the burly man. No one cheered, not even the brocade guards in the courtyard cried out in alarm. The courtyard door fell with a creak, and the brocade guards, who had been prepared for this, shot through the air with their thin crossbows. It was extremely dangerous. The burly man's right arm had long since become numb from the dozen or so strikes, and the Jinqi in his body had been completely used up. Seeing the crossbow bolts flying towards him, he had no extra energy to react. There were countless chi-chi sounds as the crossbow bolts all pierced into his broad body. One of them pierced through his eye socket, and with a squeak, a bright red crystalline object shot out from his eye socket. Ah! Under the pain, the burly man let out a wild howl. Carrying the countless crossbow bolts on his body, he pounced into the courtyard. Every time he took a heavy step, a large amount of blood would spurt out of his body. He only took 3 steps forward before he fell to the stone floor like a small mountain. He smashed into the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust. The ground was covered in blood, but his presence made the embroidered uniform guards in the courtyard take 3 steps back. The dead burly man's body was extremely broad, so it blocked most of the crossbow bolts that were shot outside the courtyard. Using his body as cover, Tan Wu, and the remaining experts floated in like a gust of wind. By the time the burly man's body pressed down on the brocade guards, everyone had already killed their way to the side of the brocade guards. At this time, the fighting on the high wall had also retreated into the courtyard. A dozen or so black-clothed men wielded Naamur's short knives, which were rarely seen in Shangjing. They had actually forced the 20 or so brocade guards into a small circle that was less than 10 feet wide. The black-clothed men's attacks were extremely ruthless and harsh. Although they were outnumbered, the brocade guards had no way of defending themselves. The scene at this time was like a shark in the deep sea surrounding a large school of fish. The dense school of fish would always be torn apart, and blood would fall into the sharks' mouths. Not long after, the school of fish would be completely devoured. But Tan Wu could not wait. The general's adoptive father was still in the courtyard, and according to the news from the southerners, the palace had not been moved. Therefore, he waved his right hand and made a hand signal. 3 of the black-clothed men with the strongest martial arts separated themselves and charged into the building. Although there were 3 fewer people, the pressure the brocade guards felt did not lessen in the slightest. Between the flashes of swords and blades, there would occasionally be a splash of blood. Then, one of their comrades would have his arm cut off and his chest cut off, falling into a pool of blood on the ground. Fan Xian calmly observed the situation in the courtyard from his perch atop the tree. He knew that things were not so simple. The plan that Yan Bingyun had drafted had already received a response from Boss Xing. Shang Shanhu and Xinyang both thought that this sudden attack was a very good plan. In that case, Yan Bingyun must know what the brocade guard's backup plan was. Tan Wu also knew that things weren't that simple. It was a scream of pain after being injured, but it was also a warning. The 3 black-robed elites who had charged into the building earlier were sent flying out of the building. Blood gushed out of their mouths as they flew through the air. It was obvious just how powerful the elites from the embroidered uniform guards who had been lying in ambush in the building were. Tan Wu's expression did not change. The tips of his feet pushed off the bluestone floor, and his entire body leaped into the air. In an extremely short amount of time, he exchanged 3 blows with the man who had charged out of the building. 3 crisp sounds rang out. Deputy Commander Xiao, I did not expect you to personally be here watching the defense. Tan Wu looked coldly at the black-clothed man in front of him. He was one of the few aces in the brocade guard, Deputy Commander of the Discipline Commission, Xiao Yuanbing. This man's eyes were deep and bright. He looked coldly at Tan Wu and said, "The Empress Dowager knows that you rebels and traitors will come to make trouble. I will personally stand guard here and see who can rescue this prisoner." This Deputy Commander Xiao spoke with great confidence. Tan Wu covered his mouth and coughed twice, spitting out a few drops of blood. He was no match for his opponent, but there was not a trace of panic in his eyes. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the back of the courtyard. Fan Xian, who was on the tall tree, was no longer paying attention to the fight in the front yard. Instead, he looked at the small cart at the back of the courtyard. At this moment, the small cart was pressed tightly against the stone wall at the back of the courtyard. The wall looked ordinary, but it was incomparably sturdy. A very soft hissing sound rang out. Deputy Commander Xiao frowned slightly. With a palm strike, he pushed back Tan Wu, who had rushed forward to attack, and turned his head to look at the back of the building. Fan Xian carefully adjusted his posture, ready to go down the tree at any time. Looking at the small cart, he gently opened his mouth and spat out a single word soundlessly, "Explode." An earth-shattering explosion rang out in that instant. The small cart had exploded for some unknown reason. Like a bolt of lightning, it blasted a large hole in the stone wall at the back of the courtyard. Stone fragments flew out like arrows, and in an instant, the 30 brocade guards lying in ambush at the back of the wall exploded into bloody corpses. This was the greatest sincerity that the Overwatch Council had shown to Shang Shanhu. A cart of secret explosives from the Third Bureau had finally come into play. Of course, this was something that Fan Xian had arranged, but he hadn't expected the Third Bureau to be so sincere. He couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. Don't be afraid that Xiao En, who was in the building, would be blown to death. As the stone fragments fell to the ground, there was a rustling sound. A jet-black carriage fearlessly drove up to the gap in the back wall. A few people rushed into the courtyard, braving the falling stones and dust that covered the street. Not long after, these people ran out of the gap, carrying a person who couldn't move easily. They got on the carriage and rushed to the mouth of the alley in the distance. From afar, the person on the back could be seen. His hair was white and unkempt. It was Xiao En. But strangely, Fan Xian slightly narrowed his eyes, but didn't go down the tree to follow. At the back wall, the valiant carriage disappeared into the night, leaving behind only the clattering of hooves and the sound of the wheels rolling over the stone road, echoing in the silence of Shangjing. Deputy Commander Xiao was held up by Tan Wu's fearless tactics, and had no time to pay attention to the shocking changes at the back wall. Today, Shang Shanhu's faction had stormed the front gate, but they had secretly ambushed the rear wall. The entire defensive strength of the small courtyard had been drawn to the front yard. Deputy Commander Xiao had carefully placed 30 brocade guard machete men in ambush at the rear wall. But no one expected that after that loud bang, the expected sounds of fighting did not ring out as they had expected. Thinking of that loud noise, Deputy Commander Xiao couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. That kind of noise shouldn't be human. Could it be the wrath of the gods? Thinking of this, his hands gradually slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tan Wu roared and rushed forward with his fist. His whole body was forced to retreat. After paying the price of the lives of a few of his subordinates, the remaining 8 or 9 men in black had already killed their way out of the courtyard, ready to disappear into the night. Ta, 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 ta. Unexpectedly, the carriage that had disappeared into the night, for some unknown reason, actually came back at high speed. Tan Wu was shocked and led a group of men in black back. They met up with the carriage at the fork in the road south of the courtyard. He shouted, "Why didn't you leave?" The carriage was full of broken marks. It was obvious that it hadn't been made by stones, but by some long-range weapon. The good soldier sitting in the driver's seat had a look of despair on his face. He said in a hoarse voice, "General, we've been ambushed." After saying this, the man released his left hand from the terrible wound on his chest. His head tilted and he fell to his seat, unable to get up again. The horse pulling the carriage was lucky enough to not be injured, but it seemed to sense the death of its master and kicked its hind legs uneasily. The slow clatter of the horse's hooves rang out again, as if to echo the lonely sound of the horse's hooves. The clatter of the close-knit alleys around the courtyard began to ring out. The sound grew closer and closer, more and more frequent. In the pitch-black night, the stars in the sky seemed to be startled, and scattered down a bit of light, allowing everyone to clearly see where the sound of the horse's hooves was coming from. Countless brocade guards silently surged out of the alleys from all directions, and among them were soldiers from the Shangjing government. The sound of the horse's hooves rang out, and the solemn ambushers surrounded the lonely carriage and the 9 men in black next to it. Wherever their spears pointed, there wasn't a gap to escape. "Capture them." The brocade guards parted. The provost of the Discipline Commission of the Brocade Guard, Shinzhong, smiled and said, "General Shang Shanhu has given me this opportunity. Many thanks, many thanks." Failing to rescue the prisoners, Shinzhong had finally found a chance to bring down Shang Shanhu. Given the current situation, he could not help but be happy. There was no despair on Tan Wu's face, nor was there shock. There was only incomparable anger and resentment. In the plan to rescue the prisoners tonight, he had already thought about what would happen if they failed. As one of Shang Shanhu's personal soldiers, he had no thoughts of cherishing his life. But Tan Wu was still very angry. In the plan, he knew that Shenzhong might have an ambush, and his side had already prepared for it. For example, the residential buildings in the direction of the carriage should have been on fire by now, but it was still quiet. For example, the alleys where the brocade guards were lying in ambush should have been chaotic, but today there was not a single movement. Fan Xian was mixed in with the tree branches, calmly watching the situation in the distance. He looked at Tan Wu, who was as angry as a wounded eagle, without a trace of expression. In the plan, Shang Shanhu's side would be the main attack, and the task of covering the retreat should have been carried out by the spies from Xinyang and the Overwatch Council in Shangjing. But the eldest princess did not move, Yan Bingyun did not move, and Fan Xian did not move either. Compared to Shang Shanhu's northern soldiers, the Qing people, without a doubt, were quite consistent in their sinister and tacit understanding. Chapter 235. In the autumn of the 5th year of Tianbao, the young emperor promised Shang Shanhu in a secret letter, "I will bring Shao En back to the empire." So Shang Shanhu abandoned the northern stronghold he had run for decades, and returned to Shangjing with only Tan Wu and his bodyguards. He believed that the emperor never went back on his word. Shao En returned to the empire, but the emperor refused to release him, because he wanted to know Shao En's secret. At the same time, the Empress Dowager wanted Shao En dead, because he did not want Shao En's secret to be known by anyone. Because the brocade guard kept a close eye on him, Shang Shanhu did not have any powerful allies in the capital. But because of his reputation in the army, both the Empress Dowager and the emperor had to give him face, and did not dare to push him too far. This was a situation that the Northern Qi royal palace did not want to see. So if they could find an opportunity to weaken Shang Shanhu's power or reputation, they had to seize it. Like today. Shenzhong looked at Tan Wu beside the carriage. He knew that after this incident, even if he could not convict Shang Shanhu, as long as he captured Shang Shanhu, his former personal guard, he believed that Shang Shanhu's reputation in the military would suffer a fatal blow. Colluding with the Qing kingdom was a crime that no soldier could bear. At that moment, Tan Wu tilted his head and opened his mouth to curse. "Damn the Qing kingdom." Shenzhong smiled. "I heard that loud noise earlier." Aside from the Third Bureau of the Qing Kingdom's Overwatch Council, who else could come up with something like this? The Qing Kingdom helped General Tan break out of prison. This matter is settled. Unexpectedly, Tan Wu completely ignored him. He only turned his head to look at the 9 subordinates behind him. He had personally trained the commander's personal guards, and many of them had already died tonight. If it weren't for the Qing people's treachery, he would certainly have been able to lead them out of here alive. He turned his head to look at Shenzhong, and suddenly bowed. "Master Shenzhong, please pass on a message." "What message?" Shenzhong did not press the issue, because he still held the hope that he could capture him alive. "The one who killed me is Fan Xian." Tan Wu was the commander's confidant, so he naturally knew who was involved in the plan. Fan Xian was the commissioner of the Overwatch Council and happened to be in Shangjing, so his role in it was obvious. The name Fan Xian came out of his mouth, filled with resentment and hatred. It was clearly transmitted into the ears of the hundreds of people present. Up in the tree, Fan Xian's face was calm, as if he hadn't heard anything. He knew that Shang Shanhu would eventually realize that he had played a dishonorable role in all of this. What's more, Tan Wu had roared before he died. As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Wu flipped his wrist and a snow-white saber light slashed upwards, slicing off his own cheek. The saber light turned again and slashed across his neck. His head fell to the ground. Immediately after, 9 swishing sounds rang out at the same time. 9 heads were washed away from the black-robed man's body by the blood, rolling onto the ground. They rolled together with Tan Wu's glaring, bloodied, and incomparably miserable faceless head. Strangely, Shinzhong did not stop them from committing suicide. He only watched coldly. After a while, he said softly, "These were all brave warriors of the nation. It is a pity that they were killed by the Qin people. Everyone, give them a proper burial." As Tan Wu killed himself, Fan Xian's heart trembled slightly. With his exceptional hearing, he heard Shinzhong's words. Only then did he realize that Shinzhong was not a simple man. All of the people who had tried to break out of the prison were dead. Only the lonely carriage remained, surrounded by the brocade guard. Everyone knew that the ancestor of the brocade guard, Xiao En, was in the carriage. He was no longer as brave as he was in the past. Without any warning, the carriage suddenly burst into flames. It was unknown what was attached to it. The fire was so strong that it enveloped the entire carriage in a moment. The horses in front were startled, but they could not make a sound. They continued to charge forward with the carriage in their mouths. There was a flash of saber light, and 2 horses fell to the ground with a thud. Their heads were bleeding profusely. Shinzhong looked coldly at the burning carriage. No one knew what he was thinking. Deputy Commander Xiao looked at Fan Xian and said anxiously, "Sir, quickly put out the fire. His Majesty wants Xiao En alive." Shinzhong smiled and waved his hand, stopping his subordinates from putting out the fire. He motioned for Deputy Commander Xiao to come in front of him. "But the Empress Dowager wants Xiao En dead," he said quietly. Deputy Commander Zhao's expression froze. He knew that what he had said earlier was a bit impulsive. He then noticed that a strange feeling had appeared in the corners of Shinzhong's eyes. He heard Fan Xian quietly say to himself, "After being locked up for so many years, since I can't escape, death may not be a bad choice." The flames soared into the sky. In a short while, the carriage had been burnt to a crisp and fell into the street. Black ash rose, and the heat was suffocating. As soon as the fire stopped, a brocade guard coroner stepped forward and began to carefully examine the corpse in the carriage. Not long after, he reported, "It is indeed Xiao En." Shinzhong nodded. "The leg injury is new." "Yes." The injury was not more than 2 months old. "Tooth." "It is the same as what was recorded at Wudu. There are 3 missing teeth." Shinzhong's expression was a bit strange, as if he could not believe that Xiao En had died. It was as if he did not know how to express his feelings. In short, his smile was a bit strange, and a bit indifferent. In the southern part of the city, in the residence of General Shang Shanhu, a famous general, was talking to his wife. There was a list of gifts on the tea table next to them. Sounds of conversation could be faintly heard in the courtyard. His wife looked worried. "Master, it is the Empress Dowager's birthday. You cannot leave the capital for a few days. What should we do?" In the past, the general's residence would have been quiet at this time, but for some reason, even his wife was not asleep. Shang Shanhu's expression did not change. "Of course I cannot leave," he said in a low voice. "Then the birthday gift." The wife lowered her head and asked for instructions. "Of course I cannot prepare it. Madam, you should prepare your luggage." As they spoke, a stocky man suddenly strode into the back hall. The wife recognized this man as the marshal's personal attendant. But it was already early in the morning, and he had entered without an invitation. She thought that her inauspicious guess had come true. She looked at Shang Shanhu in a panic and said in a trembling voice, "You really did it?" Shang Shanhu was not angry, but his black silkworm eyebrows gradually became sharp as swords. In a low voice, he said, "I am loyal to the court, but if there is something I cannot do, you must allow me to be impudent." The wife did not say anything more. She only silently retreated to the back room, no longer in the mood to take care of the Empress Dowager's birthday gift. "Marshal, there are more spies outside the residence." Only those who were closest to Shang Shanhu would stubbornly address him as "Commander" instead of "Great General." The personal attendant who spoke had no surname. He was an orphan who had been picked up by Shang Shanhu from the snowy forest and raised to this age. He was given the surname Shang Shanhu, and his name was a single character, Pao. His relationship with Shang Shanhu was similar to the relationship between Shang Shanhu and Xiao An, except that he respected Shang Shanhu more than he respected him. "Wait for the news." Shang Shanhu sat calmly in his chair. His face was calm, and not a trace of nervousness could be seen. Shang Shanpa accepted the order and left to monitor the movements outside the courtyard. At the same time, he prepared the follow-up measures. After a long time, Shang Shanpa once again returned to the back room. He half knelt on the ground and said in a low voice, "It has failed." His voice did not tremble in the slightest, but for some reason, it was impossible to conceal the sorrow that seeped through. Shang Shanhu's right hand, which was resting on the armrest of the chair, paused. He closed his eyes with great force, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes bloomed like chrysanthemums. It was only now that the true age of this famous general was revealed. He walked back to the back room and looked at his wife, who was sitting uneasily by the bed. He smiled and said, "It's already very late. Why aren't you asleep?" The general's wife smiled uneasily. "I can't sleep." Shang Shanhu smiled and said, "We won't leave the capital. Let's discuss the gift list for the Empress Dowager when we enter the palace in a few days." At this time, the sky was at its darkest before dawn. The messy courtyard below began to be cleaned up, and the 400 brocade guards who had surrounded the area also began to silently disperse according to their duties. The charred carriage and the corpses on the ground had also been taken over by the professionals of the Discipline Commission. In a short while, the area below had returned to peace. In the face of the powerful machinery of the Empire, it was not impossible to cover up such an earth-shattering event. The injured brocade guards were still lying on the ground by the back wall. Occasionally, they would let out a few muffled cries of pain. The damage caused by the explosion had been severe. Most of them had died. Even those who had escaped were covered in dust and blood. At this moment, there were people carrying the injured brocade guards towards the yamen in the direction of the northern part of the city. The physicians were also nervously following behind them. The long line of stretchers looked like a thin centipede, twisting their waists as they moved forward. Fan Xian carefully crouched on a tree branch. He tightened his muscles, then relaxed them again. He repeated this process over and over again, so that his reflexes would not slow down if he stood still for too long. He looked at the injured people on the stretchers in the alley under the tree. He thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that I loved watching The Silence of the Lambs and Leon the Assassin, I'm afraid I would have let that old man escape. Chapter 236. The battlefield under the tree had quieted down. The brocade guard had used carriages to transport a lot of water from the Yuchuan River. With a tilt of the bucket, the clear water splashed onto the street. In a flash, the dust and blood on the ground were washed away, leaving only the wet, clean stone slabs. There were brocade guards keeping watch all around, and there were also related yamens conducting surveillance in the various houses, so there were no unusual movements around the T-shaped alley. The stone wall at the back of the courtyard was also beginning to be temporarily sealed up. In short, the Discipline Commission had to restore this area to its original state as quickly as possible. The palace did not want to bring up this matter at this time. After all, Tan Wu and the others had died a heroic death. It would be difficult to frame Shang Shanhu, and after all, they had to consider the military's attitude, so they were prepared to keep it under wraps for a while. The morning birds chirped. The brocade guards raised their heads and looked at the sky, which had not yet brightened. They thought to themselves that the birds had woken up early. Did they know what had happened here? Hiding under the tree, Fan Xian wiped away a drop of cold sweat from his forehead. He cursed the sleepless birds in his heart. He carefully hid his figure in the darkness before dawn, following the wounded brocade guards from a distance as they made their way north of the city. There were no pedestrians on the long street, and there was no rustling of street sweepers from his previous life. He leaped across the two-story buildings on the neighboring street, confident that no one would discover his tracks. The stretcher-bearers were already far away from the small courtyard and had entered another, but he didn't know if it was the Discipline Commission or the 13 yamens. The wounded were separated into different rooms, waiting for treatment. A few bloodied doctors hurried in and out. Fan Xian circled around to the back and waited behind a few bamboo baskets in the corner. Not long after, a few muffled grunts came from a side room. The sound was very soft, but it clearly reached his ears. After a few breaths, a person climbed down from the wall. His movements were slow, and after landing on the ground, he carefully tidied up his clothes and confirmed his identity token. Only then did he step forward and walk toward West Street. Fan Xian saw that the person was wearing the uniform of the brocade guards. Although the man wore his hat tightly, a few strands of white hair still flew out. As he slowly walked, the white hair trembled slightly, looking extremely miserable in the night wind. Watching the man walk further and further away, Fan Xian's eyes, which were not covered by his hat, shone with a cold light. He noticed that the way the man walked was a little strange, and knew that his old comrade's legs had not healed after he had broken them. He followed, and the two of them walked along the quiet street to the west. Although there were guards at every intersection, Shaoan was dressed in the uniform of the brocade guard, and he had killed people in the side rooms to steal their tokens. This allowed him to pass through several checkpoints without any mishaps. Fan Xian was like a ghost disappearing into the night. Following from a distance, he easily passed through a few trials. On the way, Shaoan took a break at an ordinary person's house. Behind them, on the roof of an ordinary house, Fan Xian also rested for a while. Then, the two of them stood up one after the other. Before the sky brightened, they crawled out of the net the embroidered uniform guards had woven and arrived at the western city gate. After the city gate was opened, the vegetable farmers who had been waiting outside for almost an hour each handed over the travel documents that had been prepared by the officials in the city, and rushed in. And Shaoan also took advantage of this chaos to sneak out of the high city gate. After a while, the old man, who had survived a calamity, had already made his way with difficulty to the foot of Mount Yan, west of Shangjing, next to the disorderly forest. Fan Xian followed from afar, his extremely sharp eyes staring in the direction of the old comrade's advance. After a while, Shaoan emerged from the forest. He was dressed in tattered clothes, and the corners of his clothes were stained with the black soot of an old man in the village. He had gathered so much firewood from who knew where, and carried it on his back like a small mountain. The sun had already risen from the east, illuminating the quiet mountain forest. In a flash, it dispersed the mist, and the air was clear. Anyone who saw that old man would think of him as a hard-working old farmer who had risen in the morning to gather firewood. No one would associate him with the famous spy chief of 20 years ago. Fan Xian stood quietly in the tree, coldly watching Shaoan's hunched body as he slowly advanced. A chill welled up in his heart. After all, Shaoan was old. Not only was his body not as good as it had been, but even his mind was a bit slow. Who would choose to come out to gather firewood at this time of the day? The real farmers would only enter the mountains at dusk to collect firewood. It was quiet outside the city, and it was also quiet inside the city. The spy of the embroidered uniform guard reported, "The Qing diplomatic mission is very quiet. It is said that Master Lin Wen arranged for 2 singers to accompany Envoy Fan yesterday. They didn't sleep much last night." "Are you sure Fan Xian is in the diplomatic mission?" Shenzhong had already taken off his official robes and changed into his rich man's clothes. He held a piece of roasted donkey meat in his right hand and brought it to his mouth. "Yes, sir," the spy replied respectfully. "Some of our brothers know what Fan Xian looks like, and they have been watching from outside the courtyard." Shenzhong was slightly taken aback. He tossed the greasy donkey meat onto the table. His eyes were slightly sunken, and he appeared particularly listless. After a night of torment, no one's body was made of iron. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "How could that be an honest person? Has Friar he already left?" "Yes." The spy suddenly became spirited. "Master Langtiao has also gone." Shenzhong slowly closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, he quietly said to himself, "These southern barbarians want us to think that Fan Xian is still in the diplomatic mission. If we kill Fan Xian now, won't they suffer a loss?" He opened his eyes, which were as ruthless as an eagle's. "These southern barbarians have learned to scheme over the past decade. I'm afraid their cleverness will make them fall victim to it." After a night of watching, Fan Xian also felt a little tired. But the tyrannical Jinqi in his body was incomparably abundant, so he could still manage. Looking at the old man on the forest path in the distance, who had difficulty even walking, he couldn't help but feel some admiration. He was already 70 or 80 years old, and after decades of torment, he had actually managed to escape from prison so thoroughly. Fan Xian didn't know where this old man got his mental strength from. Fan Xian didn't move, because he always felt that some unknown danger was waiting for him. And Shaoan's exit from the city seemed a little too smooth. Suddenly, he thought of a certain possibility. He narrowed his eyes, slid down the tree, and retreated in the opposite direction. In a flash, he disappeared to who knew where. The sun moved westward inch by inch, and Shaoan moved westward inch by inch. To the west was the western sky. It could be death, or it could be pure land. Naturally, the diplomatic mission and Xinyang wouldn't report all their plans to Shang Shanhu, and Shaoan also had other plans. The mountain path went up and up, until it came to an end. On the edge of a cliff was a hill overgrown with shallow grass. To the left was a stone road that led to the Shangjing army's horse camp. This was where Shang Shanhu and Shaoan had agreed to meet up. The faint red light in Shaoan's eyes had already dimmed. He tilted his shoulder slightly, letting the small mountain of wet firewood fall to the ground. He patted his butt and sat down. Since there was no one to meet up with him, this plan must have been discovered by the Qi Kingdom's palace. Needless to say, someone must be waiting for him here. Just like that time on the meadow by Wudu, Shaoan once again felt tired. He didn't want to go any further. "Come out." His slightly dry lips opened and closed, and he spat out a few words. As soon as he spoke, the grass trembled. A black-robed swordsman slowly walked out from the end of the mountain path. This swordsman had a very high forehead, and his face was very pale. His brows and eyes seemed to have weathered the vicissitudes of life. He was about 40 years old, and his right hand rested firmly on the hilt of his sword. His knuckles protruded from between his fingers. His entire person was like a cold sword. "Friar he." Shaoan's eyes narrowed, and a cold light shone from them. This swordsman was Friar He, one of the few 9th-level aces in northern Qi. The 8th-level Qingjushu that Fan Xian had killed a year and a half ago on the street of Niulan was his disciple. Friar He's face was pale, and his black robes contrasted with each other like charcoal. He gripped the hilt of his sword with utmost respect, raised it upside down, and cupped his fists in salute. "Greetings, Mr. Xiao." In northern Qi, except for Ku He, everyone else could only greet Xiao En with the respect of a junior. Who would have thought that the young swordsman of yesteryear would now become the most powerful swordsman of the Brocade Guard? Xiao En coughed, still sitting on the ground, and gently massaged his knees. "It's been many years." Friar He looked at Xiao En, his face full of sincere respect. "I am not a dog of the Brocade Guard. I am a follower of the Empress Dowager. Today, I have come to ask Mr. Xiao to rest in peace." Xiao En said softly, "You must know that this world belongs to His Majesty." Friar He knew what this old man meant. The Emperor did not want to kill Xiao En, and by standing on the side of the Empress Dowager, he would undoubtedly offend the young Emperor. He smiled and looked around. "I had thought that I would see that young talent of the Fan dynasty today." Xiao En coughed again. Who would have thought that after running amok for so long, would die as bait? "Old sir, there is no need to grieve. Since that Fan Xian has retreated, he is lucky." With a swish, Friar He unsheathed his sword and flew forward like a bird. His wrist, elbow, and shoulder formed a straight line as he stabbed towards Xiao En's heart. Chapter 237. The tip of the sword plunged into Xiao En's left shoulder, and he pulled it out in a split second, drawing out a spray of blood. However, the flower was not particularly beautiful. Xiao En's old body seemed to have much less blood in it than a young man's. With a dull thud, Friar He held his sword across his chest and retreated. Xiao En sat on the ground, holding a branch as thick as a forearm in his withered right hand. When Friar He thrust his sword earlier, the old man had used some unknown technique to disregard his left shoulder and strike Friar He's shin with the branch from an impossible angle. The tip of the branch in his hand had been smashed to smithereens, a testament to the strength of the blow. Friar He felt a sharp pain in his left leg, and his already pale face turned even whiter. His right hand still held the hilt of his sword steadily, but his left leg, which had been struck by the tree branch, began to tremble. He had thought that, with his 9th-level strength, it would be easy for him to kill a weary old man covered in old wounds. Even though he knew that his opponent was Xiao En, the terrifying Xiao En he had known all those years ago, he had made ample preparations. But he still did not expect the old man to be so unpredictable and strange. Xiao En coughed and said, "My leg was broken by that Fan kid, so I had to hit your leg first. Even if I couldn't break it." Before Xiao En could finish speaking, Friar He swung his sword again. His sword was like a swimming dragon, circling around Xiao En, who was trapped on the ground. He had long since let go of any thoughts of underestimating his opponent. Instead, he carefully dealt with him as if he were facing a grandmaster. Friar He's swordsmanship was completely different from the common schools of thought in the world. It was said that he had inherited it from a certain barbarian in the north of the mountains, and was as fierce as a swimming dragon. Occasionally, it would be diluted, but it was in harmony with the natural principles of Ku He's lineage. It was said that after he had completed his swordsmanship, he had once asked Ku He for advice and had benefited greatly. At this time, Xiao En only had a wooden stick in his hand. It was difficult for him to move, and he was trapped. Even so, the branch in Xiao En's hand was like the tongue of a viper, flicking and flicking around his body. Occasionally, it would stab out horizontally with a strange edge, forcing Friar He to retreat. But Friar He's true qi gradually rose, and sword light enveloped his body. The air began to buzz, and Xiao En's wooden stick was no match for him. The sword and the staff clashed, and the branch in Shan's hand immediately became countless pieces of wood floating in the air. Xiao En stretched out his hand and casually picked up a branch. He thrust it diagonally to the right, breaking Friar He's soul-chasing sword. He came from the mountains with a bundle of firewood, but the wet twigs would run out sooner or later. After an unknown period of time, the heat of the summer gradually rose at the end of the mountain road, and the sun began to spread its sinister rays. Xiao En's tattered clothes were riddled with narrow gashes, from which blood was seeping out. There were a few deep wounds on his chest, and one could even see the flesh torn by the sword aura. However, the old man had lost too much blood, so the wounds were pale. Around his body, there was a layer of densely packed mosquito wings and limbs. These insects that did not know life or death had smelled the blood, but in a moment, they were sucked into the sword Qi true power, and turned into dust. 5 steps in front of Xiao En, Friar he stood, sword in hand. His pale face was tinged with blood, and his right hand, which held the hilt of his sword, finally showed signs of trembling. He hadn't had it easy either. His black shirt had long since been chopped into a mess by the wet twigs around Xiao En. His body was covered in wounds, and even more frightening were the fresh twigs and stubble around them. "Come out. That fan kid won't come." Friar he swallowed. He hadn't expected the old man's desire to live to be so strong. But seeing that Xiao En was about to die, and that the expected southern Qi man still hadn't made a move, he couldn't help but call out to his companions. Xiao En's eyelids fluttered, and he glanced at the enemy who had been hiding nearby. "Ku," he called out to these juniors. "Isn't that a little disrespectful?" The man approached in silence, holding a curved knife in each hand. What was particularly frightening about the blades were the many thin steel spikes that looked like the wounds on Friar He's body. He silently bowed to Xiao En. Sister Haitang escorted Mr. Xiao back to the capital. Because of His Majesty's strict orders, we could not attack. Today, Mr. Xiao escaped from prison, and I had no choice but to act. Please forgive me, Mr. Xiao En laughed coldly. Ku He's disciples have indeed learned his way of scaring people. On the surface, they appear to be benevolent and righteous, but secretly they are evil and treacherous. They're just looking for an excuse to kill me. Why make it sound so innocent? This man was Ku He's first disciple, the Emperor's martial arts teacher, Lang Tiao. Seeing that Xiao En was insulting his teacher, he didn't say anything more. He crossed his wrists, and the 2 curved knives in his hands became 2 balls of black light, flying toward Xiao En's head. Xiao En suddenly let out a wild roar. The pure inner strength he had cultivated for nearly 50 years finally exploded. He pushed out his palms, attacking Lang Tiao's knives from an impossible angle. The wind from his palms was swift and fierce. If Xiao En's palms killed him, Lang Tiao's wrists would immediately be shattered. Lang Tiao was silent, but he twisted his wrists, and the 2 sharp curved knives in his hands spun back in a strange way. The backs of the knives struck the back of Xiao En's hands. 2 sounds rang out at the same time. The back of Xiao En's hands was instantly sliced by the steel spikes on the 2 curved knives, but at the same time, Xiao En's palms had also reached in. Lang Tiao was still expressionless. He let go of the hilts of his knives, and pushed out with both palms. After a light sound, the 2 palms, who were 30 years apart in age, fiercely struck each other. There was nothing fancy about this, it was purely a contest of strength. As Ku He's first disciple, Lang Tiao's spirit was at its peak. Xiao En, on the other hand, had been imprisoned for many years and had suffered all sorts of suffering. He was no longer as brave as he had been in the past. In comparison, Lang Tiao had the upper hand. With a swish, Lang Tiao pushed Xiaoen back. With a flick of his wrist, the knives glowed even brighter, slashing towards Xiaoen's shoulders. The two curved knives in his hands had a thin chain tied to his wrists. The two knives glowed as they flew towards Xiaoen, reflecting the red sun high up in the sky. It was a terrifying sight. The dying Xiaoen suddenly found strength from somewhere. His eyes rolled up, and his middle finger bent slightly. He raised it toward the sky, blocking the lower edges of Lang Tiao's powerless hands. At this moment, countless gusts of wind rose up. A figure, like a gray dragon, soared into the sky from the grass, directly attacking the two combatants. Friar he had been standing with his sword, waiting for this moment. He had been waiting for Fan Xian to come out. He gripped his sword with both hands. He had been accumulating power for a long time. From head to toe, he chopped down vertically, without any extra tricks. There was a hissing sound. Even the air seemed to be cut open by the sword, let alone the person who was charging at him at high speed. But Friar he didn't know that the person he wanted to kill was one of the most skilled dodging figures in the world. He only saw the figure twist in the air in a strange manner. Without any leverage, like a shadow, he dodged the attack. As the old saying goes, the more Wu Zhu fights, the harder it is for Fan Xian to get hit. The sword struck empty air. Friar He's chest tightened, and the countless sounds of breaking air arrived in front of him. He valiantly pulled back his sword and made 3 horizontal slashes, knocking down most of the hidden weapons. When the hidden weapons fell to the ground, he realized they were just gravel. He forcefully pulled back his sword. His blood was shaken, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He forcefully swallowed it. As his body froze, 3 beams of black light shot down from the top of his head. The two of them were too close. Friar he turned his wrist, and the tip of his sword accurately knocked away the 3 beams of black light. But the last strike was not strong enough, and his Xinqi paused. Although the crossbow bolt had received some force, its direction did not change too much. It brushed past his thigh and stabbed into the grass. That was close. Friar he finally realized how difficult it was to deal with Fan Xian. He turned his head in shock. Fan Xian had forcefully turned around in the air, avoiding Friar He's long-awaited strike. He had paid a heavy price for it. Even though his meridians were much wider than the average martial cultivator's, he still couldn't stop his blood rushing. His Xinqi felt like it was being torn apart, colliding with his meridians. He didn't have the dignity of a martial artist. Still in the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood, looking wretched and wretched. But in a flash, his meridians were cleared. At that moment, Lang Tiao's terrifying twin blades had already sunk deep into Xiaoen's shoulders. Fan Xian let out a strange cry. Still in the air, he had already pulled out half of the long blade from his back and swung it at the back of Lang Tiao's head. Lang Tiao seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. With a swish, he pulled back his blade. The tip of the curved blade struck Fan Xian's hilt half a foot, the weakest point of the blade. With a clang, the other half of the long knife in Fan Xian's hand broke again, but the pitiful remaining part of the knife still chopped down brutally. Ding, 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 it swept away all the steel spikes on the curved knife in Lang Tiao's hand. In that instant, Fan Xian abandoned his blade, circulated his qi, and punched out. 2 of his best black fists transformed into 2 dragons, striking at Lang Tiao's temples. He didn't care that the tip of his opponent's blade was aimed at his lower abdomen. He knew that against an expert of this level, he had to be steady, accurate, and ruthless. He had to leave no way out for himself, and no way out for his opponent. Lang Tiao suddenly turned his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He crossed his palms and sealed Fan Xian's fists. Their energies intersected. The tyrannical Jinchi of the nameless martial secrets and the Tianyi Jinchi of Ku he finally met. Chapter 238. On the short grass on the side of the cliff, there was an earth-shattering sound. Fan Xian's body was in midair and had the advantage of the heavens. Lang Tiao's feet were on the ground and he borrowed the strength of the terrain. The two vast waves of Jinchi collided together. Even the grass around the two of them was crushed to dust. Lang Tiao grunted and swung the scimitar tied to his wrist backwards. With a squelch, it pierced into Xiaoen's chest. Although this was a double trap, if he couldn't kill Fan Xian, he had to kill Xiaoen first. This was something his teacher, Ku He, had always kept an eye on. Fan Xian's palms were scorching hot. Lang Tiao's body turned, and the two scimitars sliced towards Fan Xian's chest like a windmill. The snow-splashing scimitars were coming for his soul. At this moment, Xiaoen was about to die, and Fan Xian could no longer escape. There was no longer any possibility of playing cat and mouse, so he gritted his teeth and did the riskiest thing he had done since his rebirth. Ignoring Lang Tiao's powerful scimitars, he reached out and grabbed Xiaoen by the collar. In the blink of an eye, he bent his knees slightly and raised his left calf. There was a crisp clang. This was clearly not the sound of a scimitar cutting into human flesh. Fan Xian grunted, flipped over Lang Tiao's head, and flicked a finger with his left hand. This was a small trick. Lang Tiao's earlobe hurt slightly, and his eyebrows flew up. Fan Xian's calf felt as if it had been struck by lightning. It was incomparably painful, but he used the power of the scimitar to grab hold of Xiaoen. His uninjured right foot touched the ground, and his whole body had already rushed forward, towards the empty area in front of him. He rushed towards the cliff, and then jumped down. Lang Tiao's expression was wooden, but he was shocked. Why did his scimitar feel like it had hit steel when it had landed on Fan Xian's leg? He had great confidence in the power of his scimitar. The secret of the round scimitar was enough to cut through metal. Even if his opponent was wearing armor, it would still be cut in half. How could Fan Xian have blocked it? He rushed to the edge of the cliff and looked out. The sun was getting brighter, but it still could not disperse the fog in the deep valley. They saw the old man and the young man fall into the fog and could no longer be seen. It was only after a long time that they heard the thud of a heavy object falling. The sound was very soft, but the cliff was very deep. The two of them could hear it even from the edge of the cliff, so they could imagine the intensity of the collision. "He fell to his death," said Friar He. Lang Tiao shook his head. "Xiaoen won't die easily. Fan Xian. I think it's even harder." Lang Tiao and Friar He were one of the few 9th-level masters in Shangjing City, and yet they were unable to kill Xiaoen, who was heavily injured, and Fan Xian, who had just entered the 9th level, on the spot. This fact made the two masters shiver in fear. "We can't climb this mountain," Friar He said with a frown. Lang Tiao looked down. Yan Mountain's stone walls were as sharp as a knife and as smooth as a mirror. Not even the 4 transcending mortality and saintly grandmasters would be able to climb up, let alone a martial expert. So he nodded, tacitly agreeing with Daoist He's judgment. Inform Shinzhong to search the foot of the mountain. After finishing their preparations, the two masters looked up at the misty cliffs. They thought of the previous battle and couldn't help but frown, but they were thinking in different directions. Why did Fan Xian risk his life to save Xiaoen? This was Friar He's question. Why did Fan Xian's strength far exceed little sister's assessment? This was Lang Tiao's question. Suddenly, Lang Tiao's eyes flashed coldly. With a flick of his wrist, the tip of his knife accurately sliced off a piece of flesh from his earlobe. Friar He had always trusted Ku He's knowledge and ability. He frowned and looked down at his thigh, only to see the skin where the arrow had grazed. Although he wasn't injured, it was still slightly black. "That Fan kid is vicious," he said coldly. "Have you forgotten? Fan Xian's most famous skill in the Qin kingdom is called petty tricks," Lang Tiao said in a low voice. Although he said this, Lang Tiao was still thinking about the exchange earlier. The tyrannical Jinqi in Fan Xian's fists was truly strange. It was cold and had an invading intent. Its ruthlessness was more powerful than any kind of internal Jinqi in the world. What did one usually encounter when jumping off a cliff? Usually, one would encounter a master, a beautiful woman, a peerless secret manual, and limitless wealth. As Fan Xian jumped off the cliff, he thought that he was indeed carrying a master on his back, but if his calculated landing spot was a bit off, then he would have to say goodbye to the beautiful woman at home. As for the limitless wealth his mother had left behind, he naturally wouldn't have the chance to enjoy it. Speaking of that nameless peerless secret manual, he reckoned Uncle Wu Zhu would burn it for him. Although Uncle Wu Zhu's teaching ability was a bit lacking, he was a faithful executor of spoon-feeding education. Fan Xian reckoned that even if he went to the underworld, he wouldn't let him off lightly. Back in the day, Commander Zhu jumping off a cliff was Fan Xian's most amazing scene, so he often practiced jumping off cliffs. Even when he was on his honeymoon in the Tsang Mountains, he didn't let it go. Now, he finally had a little success, at least with a person on his back. He was able to accurately use the short pine trees between the smooth rock walls to slow down and find the spot he had chosen in advance, the slightly protruding rock. Fan Xian's legs landed on the rock, and the tyrannical Jinqi in his body reacted, bouncing out. But his left leg had suffered from Lang Tiao's frightening knife, and it was sore and powerless. With a grunt, he half knelt on the ground. At that moment, he still didn't forget to sweep a large rock off the cliff. After a while, there was the sound of it falling to the ground. "Are you stupid?" There was a small hole behind the rock. It wasn't deep, and Xiao En, covered in wounds, was leaning against it. He looked at Fan Xian mockingly. "Let's see how you get up there." Fan Xian shrugged. Of course, he wouldn't tell the dying old man his secret. He glanced at the hole and confirmed that it had nothing to do with Zhang, then fed Xiao En a pill. Xiao En didn't hold back. He swallowed the pill and looked at Fan Xian mockingly. If this was 20 years ago, how could Lang Tiao and Friar He, two juniors, be a match for me? But you are the commissioner of the Overwatch Council of the Kingdom of Qin, the successor of Qin Pingping and Fei Jia, but you were forced off a cliff by someone else, and now you can only wait to starve to death. Fan Xian didn't get angry. He smiled. When an old man likes to talk about the past, it's probably because he's about to die. Xiao En's expression didn't change. "I was going to die anyway. After living for so many years, dying is not a loss. The problem is that you're still young, so I don't understand why you came to save me." He paused. "But why did you dare to jump into the clouds? Your adopted son only knows how to fight. He doesn't know how to do these things." Fan Xian took out a thin needle from his hair and stuck it into Xiao En's body to staunch the bleeding. "Even the brocade guard was able to find out where you met up, much less me. Of course I was prepared." Xiao En allowed him to use his medical skills. He rolled his eyes. "Your needle is poisoned." Fan Xian wasn't amused. "You're going to die anyway. You have hundreds of poisons in your body. What's one more?" Xiao En coughed. His eyes dimmed. He was about to die, and even his temperament seemed a little strange. Fan Xian looked at the old man's pale face, which had lost too much blood. He suddenly asked, "When Shenzhong surrounded the courtyard, you should have known that Shang Shanhu's rescue operation was part of the brocade guard's plan. Why did you continue?" "Continue what?" continue pretending to be injured, and painstakingly run out of the city. You knew that there would be aces waiting for you, and that the people who came to your aid had long since been eliminated. Xiaowen looked at him and suddenly let out a shrill laugh. Perhaps I was just following the intentions of those people. They wanted to lure you out, so that you could accompany me in death. Fan Xian shrugged. Let's talk about something serious. Xiaowen's gaze easily passed over Fan Xian's shoulder, as if he were looking at an obstacle. He cast his gaze into the deep, quiet valley. The sun was getting stronger and stronger, and the clouds in front of the stone wall finally began to disperse. The mountain wall in front of him was like a cracked yellow mirror, with a different kind of beauty. Well, I've been locked up for a long time. So, even if I die, I don't want to die in prison, said Xiaowen. Fan Xian followed his gaze and found that the mountain wall opposite him was extremely smooth. Occasionally, there were cracks that spread out in all directions like the lines of lightning. From far away, he could see an incomparably tenacious small tree growing, revealing its pitiful but respectable green color. There are green trees here, and there's green water and white fog below. It's a good grave. Fan Xian smiled and began to tidy up his left trouser leg. The Overwatch Council's clothes were made of fire, theft, and sharp weapons, but Lang Tiao's knife had shaken a hole in them. He took out the black, slender dagger that Fei Jia had left for him from his boots. Gently stroking the slightly deformed blade, he sighed. Thank you, but I don't want to change my name to Fan Pingping. Why did you act so stupidly, and throw yourself into a dead end? Xiaoan looked curiously at Fan Xian's disguised face. An ominous bloody froth seeped from the corners of his dry lips. Perhaps when a person was on the brink of death, their curiosity only grew stronger. Fan Xian placed the dagger by his feet and began to massage the meridians in his frozen calf. Calmly, he said, when I discovered that this was an ambush by Northern Qi, I was indeed prepared to retreat. But seeing that you were about to die, I don't know why my brain suddenly broke, but I jumped out. In truth, the reason was simple. Fan Xian wanted to know Xiaoan's secret. He wanted to know where the temple was. He wanted to know the relationship between the temple and Yi Qingmei, and his own rebirth into this world. Between his own life and death, his past, and the ins and outs of his arrogant mother, Fan Xian, who had always cherished his life, could finally afford to be extravagant for once. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.